Yep.
Okay. So now it's unmuted. Can you hear us now? Please respond in the chat if you can hear us.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Max and everyone else. Okay. One more time. Welcome to Community Org 3's SLA committee meeting for July 15th. We've had a few items withdraw this month. That doesn't mean they won't come back in the future, but we will not be here tonight. So if you are here for one of these items, please watch the agenda. They may show up again in the future. Item number 3, Rivington Cafe, which was 8 to 10 Rivington Street, has withdrawn. Item number 4, New Huxia, 11 Division Street, that has been moved to administrative approval, not heard at committee. Doors Restaurant, 40 Avenue B, has withdrawn. Sesh Comedy Room at 55 Christie Street has withdrawn. And Copper and Oak at 157 Allen Street. Those items have withdrawn and will not be heard tonight. They may be heard in the future. Please watch the calendar. So, that being said, so normally we have this expedited process where we take items that are really easy. We don't have any tonight that are really, really easy. But I think there is one that we're going to take first. It should be the quickest out of everything. So we were going to count it as an expedited item. It is item number 10, Callagay, 111 Rivington Street. I think they're going to be online. If you're here online, if you're the applicant, please raise your hand. So with our expedited items, in this case, we're going to have the applicant speak for just a moment. I have a few questions. The applicant has come to an agreement with the local neighborhood association in that area, and they've agreed to most of the stipulations that we would have asked for anyways. So they've modified their application and questionnaire. I just want to confirm with them personally that they're in agreement with the changes that have been made. Go ahead, you permitted it. Right. Okay. You're the applicant or the attorney?
Yeah, I'm the attorney representing.
Hold on, now we can't hear you. Hold on one moment. I think you can hear us, but I think we can't hear you at the moment.
I mean, his microphone's working.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, can you try speaking for a moment?
How about now?
Oh, it's coming from the computer now, so that's. There we go.
About 75.
All right. Any better?
Yeah, it was just a volume. It wasn't even a Zoom problem that time.
Perfect.
Okay, I think we have the technology is set up now.
Perfect.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think basically I'll just give a very quick summary as we would normally do for the expedited items. They are moving into a location that is currently a beer and wine license. They are upgrading to a full liquor license, though it's not technically an upgrade, it's a new license on your part. But you're basically agreeing to, just pulling up the changes quickly to your application. Momentarily. Okay, so you're agreeing to the changes to your application. You took away the live performances, the drag shows, live music, and everything else, correct?
That's correct.
It's only going to be ambient background music only.
Correct.
You are not going to have lines. You're removing any kind of stanchions and velvet ropes. And you will have a callback system with no one waiting outside. And
Yep.
Those were the 3 major things that apply. I know there were a few other things in the agreement with the community group, but as far as our stipulations, those are the things that changed for us. And you agree with all of those?
Yes, and just to be more accurate, reducing the maximum number of people permitted to from 70 to 60, as well as the number of indoor seats from 70 to 60.
Okay.
But otherwise, yes, we agree to all of that.
Okay. I'm going to ask this, but is there anyone here to speak in opposition from the community to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, seeing none. I know we received, I think I received, it was 9 emails in support of the application from the local residents, so that's a strong showing in that area for you. So does anyone on the committee have any questions about this specific application? It's going from I think it's technically a sushi restaurant to a Filipino restaurant, closing at midnight, all of the other things I just mentioned. It's going to be a full restaurant with very little impact, and the neighbors are all supporting it. Okay, so that being said, we're going to pull the stipulations up on the screen, and we're just going to go through those very quickly for you to make sure you agree with everything on there. And then we'll move to vote, and you'll be on your way.
Wonderful.
Can you bump that just a tiny bit? Okay. So
Could I trouble you? My client should be here. I don't know if he's able to raise his hand. Rob Malari Daria.
Okay, let's look and see if we see him in there.
Just he may want, who knows? He may have a question. He may want to speak. If it's possible. If not, certainly I don't want to hold up the show, so we can move forward.
I'm present.
Yes, promote him. Okay, we just found him and promoted him, so.
Perfect.
He'll just have to accept that and then click unmute if he wants to speak.
Great.
Yes, he's joining now.
Hi, Rob. Thanks for joining. All right. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay, so I think Rob, you heard where we're at. We're going to bring up the stipulations and just read through those to make sure that you're agreeing with what we are ready to make a resolution on. So, one moment, and we will put that back up on the screen. Okay, so it's I, Roberto Malari Diaria, as a qualified representative of, and it's Cooking LLC, DBA Kaylee.
It's
Actually, it's spelled Kalye.
So yeah, just
Kalye.
Kalia. Okay, Kalia, not Kaylee. Okay. I don't know how we get that changed. He's going to correct that. I'll start reading through just the rest of the items
Okay.
while he corrects that. Oops, sorry about that. One moment. Okay, I think we have it now. Just one moment.
No, this draft is not.
Well, that's fine. Just put that back in. I'll like push tweak that.
Okay.
Actually, I will have the original. So the draft on the screen is currently not editable. I'm going to edit on my screen, but if there's anything we need to change, I will have the correct version in mind. So.
Great.
Okay. Okay, so we're corrected. We're going to have the version with the name is going to be correct, the spelling. Your license type is a full liquor, beer and wine. It will operate as a full-service restaurant, specifically a Filipino restaurant. Kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. daily. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants. It will not employ a doorman or personnel, but it will install soundproofing. It will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows, except the understore, which will close by 10 p.m. It will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. So as you see, that draft was based on your original application. The new one that is being corrected is going to have those items.
Yes, yep.
You will have ambient background recorded music only. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3 first. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. You will have a happy hour that will end by 6 p.m. You will not have wait lines, and you will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. You will post the stipulation beside your liquor license, and residents may contact the owner manager at the number below. And it's Rob Malari Diaria, and it's 646-799-4651.
That's correct.
With all those changes that not necessarily you see on the screen, it will be in the version that is sent to you. That's agreeable. We're going to move to a vote on this item. Guillermo? Steven?
Yes.
Clint? Yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. The motion passes. The office will be sending you out the stipulation form with instructions to get it signed and notarized and returned back to the office. And then you will be good to go.
Wonderful. That's fantastic.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, members. Have a great evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
So that was the easy one of the night. But the rest of you are all going to be easy as well, I'm sure. So. Okay, so after that, we are going to move into. We're going to start with number 2, which is Sauce Grocer, 47 2nd Avenue. I'm going to give a quick summary of this application. Then we're going to give the applicant a moment to speak. We will hear from the community, and then we'll move to a discussion. Sauce Grocer, it's Heaven's Cookies doing business as Sauce Grocer, is seeking to amend wine and beer license to include the use of backyard for dining. And the premises is located at 47 2nd Avenue between 2nd and 3rd Street. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people, 10 tables and 32 seats with a stand-up bar, including 8 seats. Small place prepared in a full kitchen with food prep area serving food during all of operation, recorded music playing at background levels. The location currently has a beer and wine license. The applicant has 10 years experience in the industry and has been a license holder for Sauce Rooster. Doing business as Sauce LLC since 2020. We have received 3 emails and letters from neighboring businesses and residents in opposition. 75 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of this application. And the gist is they already have applied for beer and wine license. They are proposing to add the backyard use for this location. That being said, is the applicant here? Or are they online? Okay, Adriana, are you with? Oh, you're not Adriana, I'm assuming, but.
It's Joseph Levy on Adriana's computer for the moment.
Okay, I thought you didn't quite look like Adriana. So, is your applicant here as well?
Yes, they should be here. At least Vincent Marino should be here.
Okay, let's. There. Oh, there's Vincent. I guess promote Vincent. Okay, Vincent has been promoted. He should be showing it momentarily.
You hear me? Hello?
I think Vincent's on.
Yes, Vincent.
Yeah, it's on, but it's not showing up there.
Oh, it's there you go. There you are. Okay. So, do you have anything to add to my very brief summary of your application?
Yes, Clint, thank you. It was a concise, good summary of where we are. Currently operating with a beer and wine license, looking to add the backyard space. When the applicant originally appeared before the community board last year, they heard some opposition to the outdoor space. They have engaged with a sound engineer. They have sound plans. They are currently working on implementing those plans. That includes a wood pergola, and a deck, a green wall with dense foliage, other sound baffling materials outside to really ensure that the operation of the outdoor space is as least impactful as possible to people who live and work around it. We had 140 signatures in support, including 102 within 2 blocks. And I just wanted to point out notably that the direct upstairs neighbor and the direct adjacent residential neighbor, who is actually on the side of the backyard, have signed on in support here. So they would be the people that are probably impacted the most. We understand there's an issue with the business on the other side as well, but I would just maintain that that's a complete brick wall. We are planning to do additional soundproofing, engage a sound engineer, and we'll obviously conduct ourselves in a responsible and respectful way as well.
Okay. Anything else from the applicant? Do you want to say anything to add? If not, we'll move to some members of the public that are here to speak.
Good evening, everyone. No, I believe Michael say pretty much everything. We want to be part of this community, and we want to be sure that everyone can sleep well and enjoy our place as well when they need to. But yeah, we're putting together quite a bit of a plan. We've been enforcing, spending quite a bit of money on soundproofing already for the first part of our business with our neighbor and all of that. And we're happy to be able to keep going in the same way to make sure that everyone is safe, everyone is happy, and we can run our business properly as well.
Thank you. We're going to move to members of the public. I know we have several people here in person. Is there anyone here on Zoom? Please raise your Zoom hand. I see one person, I think, already. It's like we have 3. So we have 3 people online. Okay, we have 3 people online and 5 in person. So, I think we're going to ask you to keep it as brief as possible. We are going to give you 2 minutes, but we'd really prefer if you could cut that down a little bit, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of the same issues. So if there's something that's been said already, please just say, I agree and fully support with everything that the previous speaker just said. So we're going to start with the people online. You have time? Okay. Yes. He has a timer. Oh, okay. Shut up there. Sarah, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, we're the direct neighbors above Sost.
Okay.
I can say that we were initially in opposition when they first applied for their license, but we found them to be wonderful neighbors who've really worked with us to install soundproofing. And when we expressed our concerns about the backyard, they have been immediately responsive. So we wholeheartedly support their application. We just want to make sure that they address all of the exposed windows, but we found them to be very good neighbors. So we support their application.
Great. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Next, we are going to move to Laura Stoll.
Hi, would you mind coming back to me? I don't know who's present and who's signed up to speak. And is that all right?
We can do that, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay. so next we're going to go to David Purcell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. So my name is David Purcell, and Sarah Pradhan and I are married. I have the lease, which is directly above SOST. We have been in contact with Vincent. I don't know for how long, but over the years, I guess since he probably got the lease or whatever the case might be. And we've contacted him initially about additional soundproofing for when they did the interior. And when we found out about the backyard, we contacted him and wanted to be proactive, and he wanted to be proactive as well. I actually do believe that he cares about the community and wanting to be part of the community. So as long as we work in good faith together with regard to securing the windows and soundproofing, I support his application. I will just say this as well. We did contact him last week to say, hey, oh gosh, you've got the community board coming up. Shouldn't we talk before and maybe work out a solution? And he said, yes, absolutely, exclamation point. So we did do a quick kind of visual inspection, and I haven't spoken to Vincent about it yet, but the visual inspection was pretty much as we had said. There might be one additional window, that's it, according to the sound guy, the soundproofing person, that's it. So as long as we act in good faith, I think it's all good. And I do respect Vincent's intentions. So I'll leave it at that. And I'd like to be a good neighbor with him, and I know he wants to be a good neighbor with us and others. So that was what I had to say.
Thank you. Okay, so.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Did the soundproof engineer say that the soundproofing would meet the noise code? Or did he say there would be absolute silence from the backyard?
I don't know if you heard, maybe you didn't.
Maybe give me the microphone. Sorry.
She asked if the sound engineer said that the sound from the space would meet the sound code, or if it would be absolute silence where it would not, there would be no sound heard in adjacent apartments or spaces.
No sound whatsoever.
I mean, I wish we could not have sound. The reality is you hear so much the Second Avenue right around the corner that it would be the same level of sound. Our idea is really to bring down as much as possible. Again, we're an establishment where we serve beer and wine, specialize on wine. It will be a lie to tell you that it won't be any sound. You literally have Second Avenue around the corner, and the idea is to be able to have that as less as possible sound pollution. The same thing than the street. Eventually, our goal again is to try to get that as low as possible, lower than the street. Being in Second Avenue since over a year and a half now, I can see how heavy the sound is, and the sound will be way lower.
Can you not hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I didn't know if the mic was working. I'm sorry, I'm getting lost in all of that. Most sound engineers test for the noise code, and I'm not interested in the front street. From the backyard, did he say it would meet the noise code, or did he say it would be absolutely silent? Which one? One or the other?
So the sound, again, I repeat myself, but the sound from the backyard is still open on the Second Avenue, on the right side of the building. The sound is coming from there. The sound of the backyard, you will be sound, but like, I mean, it's like room tone, like again, like you have in New York City.
Susan, to answer your question, it's not absolute silence, but it's well beneath the sound code, the New York City noise code.
Well, the sound engineers I've worked with, they've always measured to the sound code.
Yeah, it's well beneath it, but it's not absolute silence. It's an outdoor space.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So Laura, I think is going to wait till after we hear from the other people in the room. So that said, we're going to move to, it's Garth Johnston? That's me.
I'm going to ask you to speak and then pass it to the next speaker.
Happy to. Just working. Okay, hi, my name is Brett Johnson. I've lived in Second Street my entire life. My house, where I live, my family lives, my sister lives, her wife, their kids, all have backyard windows, but we sleep in the bedroom facing the cemetery. The cemetery is an echo chamber. I actually like Sauce. I've been and had a few drinks there. It's a nice bar. I like them. I'm not actually opposed to them having active drinking out there. I'm opposed to them doing anything after 10 p.m. and I'm opposed to any kind of music. Like, specifically, because I would argue the cemetery holds events there. The cemetery has been there longer than all of us. If you have a little bit of noise affecting, like, say, a wedding in the cemetery, which is their bread and butter, it's how they stay so beautiful, it sucks. So, again, I'm not really loving the idea of doing anything back there, but if you're going to do it, no music whatsoever, and a really strict shutdown. It has to be done. The entire block can hear everything that happens anywhere like in the vicinity of the cemetery.
Thank you.
Wait, Clint is calling this.
Yes. I'll do. I guess I'm just going to go in order of the stack here. Kristen Babelar.
Hi. My name is Kristen Babelar. I live at 47 Second Avenue. I'm on the 3rd floor, so I'm 2 stories above the slots. I will try to keep it brief. I've said this before. When there's somebody standing back there, 1 or 2 people talking, I hear everything in my apartment as if they're standing inside my apartment. So if we're gonna have 20 or 30 or 40 people back there, it is going to be loud. My neighbors seem to be implying that maybe there's some agreement to give the people who are bothered by the noise quiet windows. I'm not sure. That's what it sort of sounded like. If that's the case, I'd like to hear more about that. The other concern is rodents. When we had a deck back there before from a prior commercial owner, we did have a really bad rat problem. The deck turns into a rat habitat. And they didn't even have food back there. They just sort of took breaks and stuff. So if we need food and a deck, I'm very concerned about rats. The experience with the sound engineer, very nice guy. These are all nice guys. Well, they did send their sound engineer up to my apartment because I can hear it at the bar in my bedroom. Basically, he said it's not over the legal limits. If they had come to me before they had done the renovation, I might have told them to do other things, but it's too late. So get a white noise machine. So in order to sleep, I have to wait till they close, or I have to sleep with earplugs in. And now if they're going to be on the other end of my apartment where my living dining kitchen area is, I can't enjoy that part of my apartment either. So it works for now.
But we need you to call, but don't the stipulations say that sound shouldn't be audible in anyone's apartment? Because that's usually our stipulations.
I'm looking at the resolution from before. But we didn't address soundproofing in this resolution.
Originally, so that's our bad.
So it wasn't.
Okay, who's next?
So next we're going to move to Michael Lanza.
Yeah. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to put, I hate to be the one that is negative here, because I don't like to be negative, but there's a lot of fiction here. There has been no effort by the applicant to reach out to the community. A year ago, we started speaking with him. He came over to the funeral home. I have photos because I know you don't want to speak in too long. I'm going to leave this for anyone who may want to see this. I am the owner of Lanza Funeral Home. My family's been in business since 1904. It's not just a job for me. I don't just work in the Meadwood. This is my livelihood. I'm the 4th generation in the business. My son is the 5th. We own and operate the funeral home, and we've been here since 1904. I have photos here. We are 6 inches out from this door, so I find it a little. I find it a little misleading when they said they reached out to the community. No one mentioned the funeral home. We have funerals. This is 6 inches from our chapel door. The photos are here. This will be an inconvenience not just to us to operate the business, but for the residents that we serve in this community who lose their loved ones. If we cannot turn around and protect the sanctity of a funeral, then I think we're all in trouble. The next thing that I would like to say is this is the original application signed and notarized in January 2023 by Mr. Marino, where the box is checked that says, I will not use the outdoor space for commercial use. Okay, now, was it just, let's get this open and check that box and then revisit this? What is this? This is misleading. Mr. Marino, I don't want to be a bad neighbor here, but we've given you every intent to do some type of soundproofing. I have emails here that I'm going to leave with you that were never returned. I have photos. I have his original. What I would like to say is this will not only harm my family's ability, this will harm the people of this neighborhood that we serve at their most horrendous time of their life. So as the most immediate tenant, which I'm 6 inches away from them, I'm vehemently opposed to having the music outside. It will be destructive to the sanctity of our funerals. And I'd like to thank everyone for their time.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave this with you guys.
So I would actually like to say that they did have a copy of the original application. The original resolution and stipulations that were signed do say that they will install soundproofing in accordance with the sound engineer so that sound is not audible in the neighboring apartments. So that was the stipulations they signed originally, just putting that out there. So next person is Courtney Hammond. Harmel.
Yeah, yes. Hi, I live at 42nd Avenue, and my neighbor's back with the cemetery. There's a building that is on 3rd Street between 2nd Avenue and Boundary, and they have a backyard adjacent to their smash in the back. They have, and there have been very disturbing issues with not just where they have in April and June, really blasted sound, but just when that backyard has been staying there and we're talking and partying. And I know that Ron, who is running, you know, this would say, it's a service going on there. And they have a party, not music, but just people gathering, you know, many times. That was so natural because it was when they supposed to do the sound test, it was so much louder in the funeral home than good. And I would just say, it's something that would be space is area. And as I said, I feel that is going to be what it's
Okay. Next and last speaker is Daphne J. Bell.
Hey, Clint, if I can just real quick, we didn't hear any of that.
Oh.
Can you recap it for us?
They said they didn't hear any of her.
I didn't hear anything that she said. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So we're going to have her speak again?
Yeah. If you could just summarize your
You
speech
didn't
again.
hear you, so
Can
maybe.
you hear Susan?
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear Susan and we can hear you just fine, Clint.
I can hear you. Okay. I'm on.
Can you hear her now?
I'm at 42nd Avenue on the 5th floor overlooking that backyard.
No?
I'm looking over the backyard from the 5th floor of 42nd Avenue. A building adjacent to, on 3rd Street between 2nd Avenue and the Valley has a backyard adjacent to where Smash would be. And there have been very disturbing things. It's not just with music, but people that stay there, and it sounds like they're in my 5th floor bedroom. And as well as the fact that I know that when they did do the sound test, Ron, who runs the funeral home, had told me that it was so much louder, and he was kind of shocked about it. And if there's a service going on, and there were people not even with music, but sitting there having, say, a birthday party, that could impact service going on in the funeral home and be very disturbing, and they wouldn't want to come back and have their services. So really felt impact. Plus, are there 2 ways to exit from the backyard? I was actually at a meeting originally with Curry Sauce, and they withdrew because there wasn't a way to get out.
Next, we have Daphne J. Bell.
Yeah.
And is it,
Speak right in.
I don't, can you hear her,
Can you hear me?
Joseph?
Yes, we can hear her. The last one again got garbled at points, but we can hear her just fine.
Okay, this is a request to deny application by Sauce Grocer at 47 Second Avenue, sorry.
Closer to your mouth.
So I speak as the treasurer, but also representing the entire board of the New York Cemetery. We need to protect our historic walls and vaults, which form the rear side of the backyard at 47 Second Avenue. The second cemetery is a landmark. All our structures are monitored by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. We are opposed to the alteration for backyard seating for the wine bar, Sauce Grocer, primarily due to our concern about the negative effect which music, human voices, and mechanical vibrations may have on our friends. In addition, we are concerned that the adjacent property at 45 Second Avenue, may also wish to apply to use their rear yards as an outdoor seating area, possibly joining the two spaces, thus compounding the problem by doubling the private space. There is no wall separating these two backyards. Other concerns include the overall moisture from vegetation and accidental bumps, which can threaten the stability of fragile walls. At the suggestion of our historic preservation advisors, we wish to bring the following points to your attention. And in the application, we just heard about the number of people that they are anticipating having that backyard, so we can imagine twice the space. So basically, we do not permit dancing, rhythmic exercise, or loud musical groups in the cemetery. We only allow unamplified acoustic performances with a noise limit of 60 decibels, which is defined as the ability to carry on conversations at arm's length. Both sides of the common wall along the backyard of 47 belong entirely to the cemetery. It is a 2-foot thick, fragile 12-foot tall marble wall at the rear of their backyard. It is our duty to protect. Supports each wall is only 2 feet away from the wine bar patio.
You can slowly wrap it up.
Yeah. Okay, so my main thing is also that we don't permit anything to touch the walls, nothing to be hung from the walls. So I question whether there can be any soundproofing mechanism unless they build an enclosed structure that is not touching the wall around that space. And the other thing is this whole vegetation wall of foliage. That can't be there unless it's separated. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I just like to talk about something
We
that's.
also have Laura. Laura was going to
Oh,
come.
I'm sorry. You want Laura first?
Laura, do you want to go ahead and go? We'll promote you.
Hi, I'm Laura Sewell. I'm the director of the East Village Community Coalition. And I also serve on the board of the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative, LESPI. So we were very interested when this first appeared. LESPI actually testified when the renovations were done on the building. We directed comments to the rooftop addition and other items that were on the preservation agenda at LPC, that there's some strict rules that need to be followed. We didn't know anything about this potential backyard use of the bar at the time. The Marble Cemetery is a place of quiet contemplation for all of New York. It's a treasure. Even if all you do is stop by while it's locked and peer in, there are birds, it's a peaceful place. It is something that, on any other block, and these operators seem like they've have good relationship with at least some of their neighbors. On any other block, this makes a lot of sense, but for this location, I don't see how we could support it. And I know that there are neighbors who wrote in the first time who think that that's all they needed to do. and they've asked that their letters be brought back up for this application. I'm very concerned about the operation of the funeral home next door, which certainly the Marble Cemetery and a long-time funeral home have been in this location for long enough that it's not like they're a surprise to an applicant coming in. So it seems to me that this is something that should not have been presumed would be okay. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the means of egress. I haven't heard any more about that, the right of way or a means of egress out of this backyard location. It just seems like a bad idea for this particular spot. And if there's any way that the operation can continue with another form of outdoor dining, it just seems like that would be the way to go. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, and then Susan?
Thank you. So I want to explain sort of a constant tension between community board stipulations and when the sound acoustic engineer measures sound. I've participated in these tests with a number, particularly with Acoustalog, and they test for the noise code. Our stipulations, which have been upheld by the state SLA, say there's noise cannot be audible in apartments. So the business is already violating the stipulations, which we weren't aware of. But more importantly than any of the resident input, I would say, is this funeral home. I've lived here over 50 years. This is a long-time local funeral home. It serves this community. Many of us who've lived here a long time have been in the funeral home for our neighbors, many of our neighbors. The idea of having any sound outside where people are grieving and praying just seems incredibly disrespectful. And the board has never said that they shouldn't have a license. It's simply, in this case, the outside to be respectful to people who are grieving from our community. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to go ahead and give the applicant and the attorney a chance to respond to some of the things they just heard.
Yeah, sure. I could not hear everything. Unfortunately, the quality of the song was sometimes a little bit difficult. What I can promise is the funeral home won't get any sound. That's a promise I can do. We went a few times over there. We spoke with the manager. That's something I can address. I totally understand your concern. I already say the funeral home, I totally understand the concern they have. It's something that I can say 100% they won't have any noise pollution coming from us to them. Second thing, we don't play music. We won't play any music. We're not putting any speaker outside and all of that. Third thing, we have people around us that we proved that we were doing everything we could not to have any issue. Look at the neighbor right upstairs from us. That's, I believe, quite a bit of something for them to say that there's no sound. There's people from the building who signed the petition. There's people from next door who signed the petition. And again, our goal is to work with you, with the community. We're part of this new community. We've been part of a long time in Brooklyn for our community, and people love what we do. We believe we bring some sort of joy and happiness to wherever we're moving. The idea is to be able to find a way will work for us and work for our surroundings. I don't think that it's not possible to work together. We can work together. We just need to find a way and a win-win situation for all of us to be happy and safe where you guys live and where we doing our business.
Okay. Joseph, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, just in recap, I think Vincent summarized it well, but in recap here, closing the backyard at 10 PM was something I heard. Happy to stipulate to that. No music outside in the backyard is something we heard. Happy to stipulate to that. Additional soundproofing, green wall, sound baffling, all these things in the backyard are possible. We have an engineer's report to do it. We believe it will be successful and it will make a big difference. And we're happy to, continue to work on it if it's not good enough. But our sound engineer seems to suggest that it will be good enough. So we are taking great care. No one's trying to be disrespectful to the cemetery or to the funeral home. We have great respect for those, businesses and locations that have been in this community that long since predate us. We are trying to do the right thing here. We're trying to be respectful, and we are trying to find a way, like Vincent said, for everyone to live in harmony, for us to be able to utilize the backyard with cut down hours, no music, and to, spend the extra money to do the soundproofing correctly to ensure that we don't intrude on people's quality of lives, which they're entitled to.
Okay, so the one thing that I heard, and this is something that I was planning on asking anyways, do you have a certificate of occupancy for the backyard? And is there a second means of egress that isn't through the building?
Vincent, you want to answer this?
So I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Do you have a certificate of occupancy for the backyard?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Yes.
I looked up just recently and it wasn't, the city didn't have it listed. Is it a new amended? Do you have?
I need to double check on that, but I'm pretty sure we do it.
Last week when I checked and it wasn't in the city system.
I believe so. I can double check. That was the point, to be able to
so where is your second means of egress?
I won't be able to tell you on top of my head. We have an egress through the building.
Okay.
City.
I believe we have a door, but again, I don't want to say face thing. I believe we have a door on the back left going to the cemetery.
Well, there's a door. Is that the door that goes into the funeral home though?
So no, there's a door who goes outside the building where the funerals home here. But again, I don't know if it's the right one. I know that through the building, we can access to the other side, to the street level.
Okay. Because I mean, that's the major concern is that.
And Clint, I'm obviously willing to stipulate that we, of course, will not use the backyard unless it's legally able to be used for what we're intending to use it for.
So
that being said, I mean, yes, that is an issue, but there is, I think, bigger concerns with the sound and the noise, whether they're playing music or not. And this is a situation we deal with anymore. It's getting to be monthly where someone wants to use the backyard space. And we also have monthly complaints from people, from neighbors on these backyard spaces because it's like a sound chamber. It's an echo chamber, as someone else mentioned. And the sound will travel from the entire other side of the block to bother people at the other end of the block, and people in between might not be bothered. And, I heard someone speak here that said, I think she's on the 3rd or the 5th floor, and the people on the 2nd floor are fine, but in these old buildings, sound travels through spaces in the bricks that is very strange, and it's sometimes impossible to soundproof. And, that's, to me, that's, I guess the bigger issue is I just don't know that it's appropriate to have a backyard space in this, for me, in this location.
can I also say, I think the first step, actually is since the owner signs stipulation, sound would not be heard in apartments, and that seems to be an existing problem. Maybe the first step is to work with those residents to make sure that they don't have sound where they have to wait till late at night to go to sleep. But I'm going to say again that this is a question of people grieving more than anything else.
Yeah, I hear you, Susan. And I did hear that from someone, and there are many people who don't have that feeling because soundproofing was done and did make a difference. So certainly we're happy to get contact information for the person or persons who say that the soundproofing is not good enough, so we can make sure we revisit it. We signed the stipulations in good faith. That was our intention, and it is working for many people. So we're happy to revisit for the people who it's not working for.
Thank you.
And there is that situation, but I don't know, and I don't know that the sound engineer has given us. I also have a different standard in if there are people sitting 10 feet away from your outdoor space on the other side of a wall in a funeral, even if there's no music, just voices and happy people drinking or eating. I just don't think that's appropriate to be next door to a funeral home.
I don't disagree with you. And like Vincent said, he got a very, very positive reassurance from the sound engineer that you will not be able to hear in there.
Yeah, 100%. That's something that the sound engineer was really clear about. It's the building next door. They don't have window. They don't have a door. Everything can be closed. They won't hear anything from us. That's something I can promise.
It's a contradiction, like you said.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Yes, you said that it would be below the noise level, but it wouldn't be
No,
absolute.
Susan,
Yeah.
you asked a different question where I answered that way. You answered, are we going to have complete silence outside? And that answer is no. But will there be complete silence inside the funeral home? That's a different question.
And the sound engineer has guaranteed that?
Yes, it's not very difficult to do that, knowing that there is a wall in between the garden and us. We will eventually have to build a second wall to be able to soundproof completely the funeral home. And again, it makes sense for us. Listen, this company been there forever. People are going there for mourning, and it's not an easy moment. The last thing you want to hear, it's people enjoying life on the other side. That we get. And that was day one we did by going to the funeral home, then speaking with the general manager and finding way to bring a couple of times sound engineer to find the best solution possible for us and for them not to have any sound inside the thing. That was very important. And that's something that I can promise.
Where's the sound report? What is it?
And to confirm, we have a CFO for the rear of the yard.
Who's the sound engineer?
The sound engineer is like I don't know if you had access to the document. We had a copy of email, then we talked with the funeral home and so on and so on. I mean, I'm more than happy to give the sound engineer contact to the community board.
I mean, I read through earlier your sound report. It lists what you're going to do, but it doesn't necessarily state that there will be complete silence. It lists the soundproofing measures, but it doesn't.
We will do everything not to have any sound. Again, I repeat myself, but it's so important for us to be able to have people who mourn in a
Clint, would it move the needle for the board if we were able to get something more detailed, maybe a letter from the sound engineer who prepared the testing for this with more of an affirmative position?
For me, it would not. I've been through this too many times, and it's just not something that I think is a possibility. And I've heard sound engineers tell me one thing, and then a year later, we're dealing with the residents who say, I wish I would have never signed this petition in support of this application, because I don't want to, and I'm not saying that you're lying, but it's sometimes things just aren't possible.
I hear you. And all I would say is that these guys have been in business now for a little bit, and you've heard from some residents that are immediately right on top of this bar that have said that they were against this to begin with, and now they are in support because of how they've worked diligently with them to make sure they've solved the problem.
And that's in their apartment. That's inside. It's a separate, different situation.
Yeah, and it will be even easier without music. And we have a wall in between, again, the funeral home and us. We can build a second house. There is nothing in between us. So it won't be a hard job to be able to completely soundproof the thing. The engineer was pretty clear about that. about not having any sound pollution to the funeral home. That's super important for us.
He did not write down anywhere that he thinks there will be silence. It's not written.
More than happy, madam, to get the sound engineer with a letter coming back to the community board and proof that again, he won't. But again, all of that are very expensive thing. Every time we bring a sound engineer, and we've been doing that quite a bit, I'm more than happy to bring someone else again, or the same person as you wish, or if you guys know anyone in your surrounding. But we're trying to do everything for the community to be in peace and in harmony with our business next door. And funeral home is a priority for us to not have any sound coming from us.
We do understand that you have the best intentions, and we respect that. But we're going to discuss now amongst the committee, I think, what our thoughts are on this. Does anyone else on the committee have any other questions for them?
Can you just describe some of your outreach communication with the funeral home concerning use of the outdoor backyard? Can you just describe your outreach communications, discussions? I really appreciated what you did with the neighbors, specifically the folks who live upstairs and surrounding, adjacent walls and whatnot. It wasn't lost on me that some folks were opposed and other for. However, I just want to know what you did with the funeral parlor, that type of communication.
Of course, I had multi-time meeting. I have an email exchange with a next door gentleman who run the business, and since day one, we went to see him and run a couple of tests, 2 or 3 times, I believe, to be sure what type of sound we were talking about without any pollution, or what type of sound they were getting as soon as we were doing tests with loud music and bass, just to realize the impact of the voice. So everything was really cordial and everything. And they let me understand that no matter what, it will have been an issue. Then sound or no sound, the gentleman was clear, say whatever you may bring to the table may be a little bit hard for us, who I understand they want to put on the side all the opportunity not to have any issue with their business. But again, I'm more than happy to meet with them, to sit with them, to come back as we did, to find the best way for them to have no sound coming to the funeral home, to the chapel within the back of it.
Okay.
And we run as well through the people who surround us, sound system, sound proofing, sound test from the street, from their window in the street, and so on and so on. So I'm aware about what's the limit. I'm aware about how can you live in harmony and live well, but I'm aware as well of the sound that Second Avenue is and has constantly from 8 a.m. to 8 midnight. It's non-stop. So what we're trying to do there, it's not asking for too much. It's just trying to make a business and make our community happy of having a business like that with them. And, it's very important. We're really community-based, and I understand the concern of everyone here, but all the concerns have simple solution.
We understand, and we respect that. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Say something?
No.
Yes. I mean, not in response to that.
If what? Yes, please. You have. Go.
Oh, okay. I
Quick.
just have 2 points. In our sister cemetery, is this on? I've never.
I can't tell.
In our sister
Can you just
cemetery.
speak up the microphone?
And just
Okay.
just very
We're
succinct.
having a few cemeteries, one new one was claimed tax, and a portion of the wall fell down. That's one thing about cemetery. And another thing is, the egress they're thinking of is a latch door that is on the other far side of the other backyard. Leading into our alley, has some fire escape. far out, which has no egress and it's closed. So this is not an escape that they require in the neighborhood, but also it's a way for people perhaps from the residents calling on the fire escape, in these apartments, and so that's just another threat.
Thank you. Okay, what, I'm gonna start, I personally don't think I can support this. I understand they have the best intentions, but I'm not convinced that whether it's the funeral home, whether it's the other neighbors in the surrounding areas, even if the people are there, I know even just voices and there's no music in a closed area like that, in nice weather, if people want to open their windows, it's very obtrusive. So I personally don't know that I can support this. That's my opinion. I'm open to hearing anyone else's take on this, but
I think they have the neighbors upstairs that support this application. I think that it's a little bit weak here. However, you know, it's probably impossible. It's impossible to soundproof a backyard. It's very difficult to do sound treatment back there. So.
I agree. I mean, I understand that echo chamber, that kind of like. So there is two kind of like, in my mind, there's two people that support were in the apartment upstairs too, and then there is some
Fifth floor, looking right over.
and then you're tacitly supporting until 10 p.m. basically.
I'm being realistic about the way things.
What's that? Say it again.
I came in here with realistic expectations. I'm not supporting, like, if it has to happen 10 p.m.
You're finding okay.
I'm just.
So yeah.
Can I say this is more about the funeral?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if they were really concerning the funeral people, they would have stayed, you know. So
I don't think that's fair.
Well, they
never said this.
no.
This is their second meeting.
The second, what's her?
Their second meeting here.
Yeah, the original.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
No, I agree with the funeral, but to me, I just, you know, I can relate to the neighbors and opening your windows, and it seems to me very hard that you're able to control sound in that kind of perfect acoustic hall of people drinking wine and talking to each other. So to me, it's more of a resident. I mean, I understand the importance of having a local funeral. So I just don't see that the sound can be controlled.
Yeah, I'm seriously concerned about the irreparable harm with the backyard noise to the quiet sanctity of the funeral parlor next door. Guys seem like great people can plan, but I can't support this if the backyard doesn't play.
Do we know if the funeral is operating?
well, I know.
No, it's at night. I've been to
Yeah, they have been. Yeah,
So the
no,
10
no,
p.m.
viewings are usually
is not gonna
up
affect
at
the funeral,
like
because they're
7,
closed by 10 p.m.
Okay, so it sounds like we're generally all in agreement. I think at this point, it would be a motion to deny the request. I will make that motion. Does anyone else second?
I second the motion.
Michael seconds. Next motion is second, so we'll take a vote. Feel free to vote your choice. Guillermo?
Vote to deny.
Stephen?
No.
Deny?
Deny.
Okay, so unfortunately, the motion to deny passed, so your application has been denied for this evening. I guess you won't be receiving the stipulations, but thank you for your time.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, if I could. Oh,
You cut out, Joseph. I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you.
just to be clear, the application that you guys are denying is the alteration to include the backyard. Just wanted to.
Yes, that's it. It's just the backyard. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Like 5, 7. Just all restaurants. bars, and proximity.
Thank you for coming and for
Thank you.
talking and
Thank you.
thank you.
And I really appreciate it. We're essentially in the cemetery, so I understand that situation.
Okay, so moving on to the next item, I think we have some people here for, I know we have some people here for number 17. It was 425 East, oh, no, that's your address. Number 17 is Tramps Like Us, 412 to 414 East 9th Street. So Max Bookman, I think that I saw him online, he's their representative, and the applicants are here in person. I'm going to give a brief summary of the application. Okay, Tramps Like Us LLC doing business. It's a to be determined is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 412 to 414 East 9th Street. This is an application for an establishment of 74 people, 11 tables, 45 seats, an L-shaped bar with, is it 10 seats? I think that was a clear application. Okay, thank you, Max. Operating as a full-service seafood restaurant, full kitchen serving food during all operation, using ambient recorded background music. There are 27 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously a sushi restaurant with a beer and wine and hours until midnight. The applicants do have significant experience in the New York City restaurant industry. 38 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. We have received a letter from the 9th Street Block Association in opposition, and they have presented 62 signatures in opposition from the surrounding buildings. They are proposing hours of 5 p.m. to midnight, Tuesday through Sundays, closed fixed facade, ambient background recorded music only, no happy hours, no wait lines. Okay, that was my brief summary. Would you like, as Max, would you like to start?
Yeah.
Or the applicants, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll start, and thank you, Clint, and thanks for accommodating my personal circumstances, which is why I'm here and not there. There you will see Nick Tamburo and Nikita Malhotra. They are the applicants, the principals behind Tramps Like Us, which is a Bruce Springsteen reference. It's not going to be the name of the establishment. Yes, it's 412 414 East 9th Street. Yes, it was Kagan for 10 years. It's one of these locations where it's on the ground floor, but really not, because you have to step down like 3 or 4 steps outside before into a little tiny, garden area before you walk inside. Their biographies are impressive, Nick and Nikita, and Clint, you gave a high-level summary. I just think it's worth just giving a little more detail. Nick has worked at multiple Michelin star restaurants. He started at Momofuku Ko, which has 2 stars, where he went up from being a cook to a sous chef. Blanca in Brooklyn, which has 2 stars. Nishi, where he was the executive chef. Claude, where he was the chef de cuisine, and we give a full bio in the materials. That's just the highlights. There's more. And what Nick's bio does for food, Nikita's is equally impressive for wine. She started off at a wine bar called Tangled Vine as the wine director, but her career's taken off from there. She worked for David Gordon at Tribeca Grill, where she worked on the wine team that got a Wine Spectator Award. She was also at Momofuku, where she was the head som. She was named New York's best som by the Michelin Guide in 2022. Right now, she works for Daniel Jonas at La Pollet, which, for those who don't know, is which I didn't until I got involved here, is big, extremely big in the wine world. So again, those are just the highlights, but it's important because it tells you a lot about who they are, what their background is, and the type of establishment that they intend to open, which, as you noted, Clint, is an elevated seafood restaurant. We included a copy of the menu. The menu really says it all. It's a small space. There's a few other aspects of the method of operation that I just want to emphasize. Clint touched on some. This is, as limited as it gets in terms of a restaurant method of operation. They are closed Sundays and Mondays. For the other days of the week, their last seating is at 10. It's a nice restaurant. Most people are going to be doing reservations. They have seatings. You can't just walk in whenever you like and grab a table or sit at the bar. So their last seating is at 10, closing at midnight, just to accommodate those guests because it'll be long meals. There's a whole list of things they're not going to have. No DJs, no live music, no dancing, no security, no bouncer, no wait lines, no promoted events, no happy hours, no unlimited drink specials, no party buses, no boozy brunches, no cover charges, no pub crawls, no velvet ropes, no operable windows, no TVs, no outdoors, no sidewalk or roadway cafe. These are all the things that I raise these because these are all the things that you ask about in your STIPs, and the answer to all those things are no. So I'm sure you'll have questions where we're happy to answer your questions, and I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Max. Do either of you have anything you'd like to add or say to?
Yeah, Max sort of touched on it. Nikita,
We only have microphones here, so once you're out there, usually it's really hard for them to hear online.
especially with the air conditioning. I think Max covered it. As you mentioned, Nikita and I come from mostly fine dining background. We're trying to open what I would say is like a world-class restaurant, not super fancy, it's all on heart, but we just want to offer the best experience we can for our guests.
Thank you. Okay. I know I do have Kate has signed up to speak.
Just want to preface by saying that we did meet with Nick and Nikita a couple of months ago, and we totally appreciate everything.
Sorry, I can't hear. Could the microphone be closer? I'm so sorry.
We did meet with Nick.
Can you hear her now that she's speaking? Is this
Hello?
Yes, I could hear it now that it's closer to your mouth. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And we appreciate everything that it's going to be. It sounds like a great restaurant. And we would not be here to oppose it. Well, obviously, your mind would be on this agenda, but I'm just going to read the email that you wrote to this committee last week. We are representing the residents of East 9th Street between First and Avenue A and are opposed to a full liquor license application, which is smack in the middle of our residential side street. This location has never before had a full OP liquor license. Our neighborhood is completely oversaturated with bars and restaurants with full liquor licenses. There are currently 26 OP licenses within 500 feet of this location, well more than the 3 that the SLA rules is enough. We do not believe there is any public benefit to adding yet another, especially on the residential side street. In addition, our block has a bike lane and a crosstown bus, and it's already dealing with daily and nightly issues of illegal double parking due to illegal cannabis outlets. The advent of another very popular restaurant makes us very uneasy that this will only increase the amount of backed up traffic and resulting noise. Our quality of life is already severely compromised. Attached, please find petitions with 62 signatures, all from our block between First and Avenue A, opposing this license. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
And I would like to tell Max, if I may. Oh, I think I'm loud enough. Can you hear me?
No, Judith,
No?
it needs to be recorded.
Hi. I just want to tell you that I really appreciate all of the sentiments you expressed, but we know it's not a bar. We know it's a quality restaurant, so we would certainly not expect all of the things that he presented, and I think it was unnecessary.
Thank you, Judy.
Can I, is there anyone else, Clint? Can I?
Is there anyone here on Zoom? Please raise your Zoom hand if you're would like to speak to this item? And I see no one. Okay. So yes, that's
Sure.
it. You'd like us to respond at all?
Yeah, just some thoughts in response. These are your stipulations. You were about to list those things anyway, and so they're standard stipulations. And one of the common aspects of opposition that block associations offer is, this place is going to be a bar, it's going to be a nightclub, et cetera. And I know I know some of the folks who are here tonight were very involved with the outreach. I'm glad we were complimented on the outreach, but for members of the committee who may not be have had the background, it's important to specify and make extremely clear that this is going to be a high-end restaurant, something we're proud of. A second thing that they're proud of is the outreach that they did. Not only the applicants, not only did they meet with the Block Association, but they did petitioning, which is, I understand there's a renewed push in this committee to do petitioning. And I have to say, these are some very good petition signatures. They have signatures from residents of 12 buildings on this block: 400, 411, 412, which is this building, 415, 16, 19, 21, 22, 24, 25, 31, 34. Within the building, this building, which has two addresses, 412 and 414, 412 is the residential address. They have multiple signatures from residents from multiple apartments: apartment 2, 5, 6, 8, 11, 12, 15, 19. The petitions are clear as to the type of business this is going to be. This is not to discount at all that understanding that folks on the Block Association leadership and others who have signed their petition may have a different view. I actually haven't seen their petition. But the point is, there's not a unanimous opinion on this block as to whether it would be appropriate to have a full liquor license for this restaurant. There's a whole bunch of people on this block who support the method of operation exactly as we've proposed it, which just brings me to the last thing I want to say. And I know Clint and the members of the board know this, which is that, but I think it just bears saying, is that, I completely, I've been doing this long enough, I completely understand the concern about, quote, adding a full liquor license to the neighborhood, and your community board more than any community board. I completely understand that. But what I also understand with equal force is that when the State Liquor Authority reviews this application, they're going to look at it on its own terms. And here you have an application that's basically the best applicant you're going to get for this space. You're not going to get a better method of operation for this space. It checks all of the boxes, for full liquor. And so, I think, this is a savvy enough community board. First of all, it's a savvy block association. I didn't know that they've been around since the 1980s. There's a great article from 2001 about this block association formed in the 1980s when the block was a very different place than it is now. Who would have thought that in 2024, a Michelin star restaurant aspirant is trying to open on this block, given the history. But it's a savvy community board, and very well how to tell the difference between a full liquor application for a place that's going to cause quality of life issues and for a place that's not. And so I have faith, because I've seen you do it, that if you look down the road and you're worried about who the next business owner is going to be at this location, if they're proposing a method of operation that is not equally as high end and appropriate for this block as this applicant's is, you're going to have all the tools at your disposal to distinguish that and point that out to the SLA, and the SLA is going to agree with you. So for all those reasons, we think, this is a great applicant with a great method of operation, and we think we really would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Max. Okay.
Did that place have a food license before?
No.
Okay, so
Beer and wine. It was a restaurant for 10 years, but it was beer and wine.
Yeah.
Can I also mention,
Just quickly then, please.
yeah, I did ask if they would consider doing 6 months with the beer and wine and then come back to you all. And I was told that you were going to speak to your attorney.
We've never done that.
We've never done that?
Never done this.
We've never done
Yeah, so it was short.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a high-end place. Obviously, you know, it's going to have a great wine list, but places like this need to have the ability to have a small cocktail menu as well. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt in this room about, you know, whether they're going to be a bar. I think that's been made clear by everybody. So it's, you know, we're really just talking about a cocktail menu to go along with what's going to be, you know, an excellent food menu.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so I'll start, and I said, and Max, you've heard me say this many times before. I think you guys have a great application, and I think you're genuine in what you're proposing to do. If you would have picked another location, this would have been a slam dunk, and we would have taken you as an expedited item at the beginning of the meeting and not even had to have you sit here. It's sometimes one of those situations where sometimes I feel it's just the wrong location. As a community board, we generally we try to avoid full liquor licenses in mid-block locations on residential streets. So that being said, as I said, and Max explained it, your application, probably you're not going to get much of more of a low impact application for a full liquor. It is, you know, it was a restaurant before, it did have beer and wine, but and this is also something that I usually try to think about is you're not going to be there in that space forever. Hopefully you're going to do very well, and you may need to expand into a bigger space, and then that's going to leave that space open for someone else to come in. Once there's a full liquor there, we have very limited control over what the state will do. It's almost, if there's a full liquor and they're going to come in, there's not much we can do to stop that. At the moment, with beer and wine, we have a little more control over that. So maybe it has, in some ways, some of my concerns are less to do with you, but something about the future. And it's not even about you failing. It's about you doing so well, you need to move to a bigger space. So that's something that I'm.
Clint, can I just react to that briefly?
Yeah, please, sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I completely get that concern. I just think, and this is just underscoring what I previously said. I mean, respectfully, you know, I'm not sure, you know, what experience you've had that led you to this, but I don't agree that once a place has full liquor license, you as the community board have no control over what goes in there. You're very capable of discerning at these meetings the difference between a real restaurant operation and something that's less than that, and you're not hesitant at all to bring that to the state liquor authority. And the state liquor authority, especially in its current form, is incredible, you know, is very interested and solicitous of what you have to say about these method of operation distinctions. So I would just, you know, with respect, I would push back on that notion that sort of once there's full liquor, it's full liquor for all time. And I think, you know, and the other thing just to say on that is, like, you know, the SLA will look at this case. They'll also look at the next case. And I don't think the SLA will sort of evaluate this case by imagining what the next case might be.
I think that your policy of the thing is smart, and I think that concept is great, and I think that concept could stand on its own and be a great business in the community without, you know, with just beer and wine. I mean, that's your expertise, is wine. Sounds amazing. So I think that's a good meeting point.
That's something you would consider, beer and wine?
I don't think you need a meter cold in my.
Yes.
I mean,
Unfortunately, especially with the air conditioning, it's your voice gets drowned away.
I mean,
No.
briefly, I won't be even serving red wine, it will only be white wine. Why do we want a full liquor license? It's more because of the Michelin, because we want to be able to be considered for awards that we're used to getting and that we want to participate in. And another thing that I always like is winemakers usually make vermouths and such, and that's what I would like to serve. Diversify sustainability, that's kind of what I look for.
I mean, Clint, is there any way, I've done this with other community boards, I don't know if we've done it with yours, is there any way that we could write language that sort of limits the amount of liquor they serve, or the ways in which they serve it to make folks more comfortable?
I mean,
The SLA hasn't let us do that
Yeah.
previously.
we've been told by the SLA in the past that liquor is liquor. They really they won't break it down and say you can only serve limoncello and Aperol.
Well, I guess I didn't mean specific types, but I meant like, no more than whatever. I'm just making up a number. Like 10% of the alcohol menu will be comprised of spirits, and there shall be no shots, or things like that.
Do that by stipulations, but not by license.
Yeah, it would be by steps, and if we're violating it, we get in trouble.
I mean, yes, we could put that in stipulation. We have done that. No shots, no drink towers. I don't think they're planning on beer towers and shots and shot speeds and that stuff. I don't think it's necessary that we go to that level for this application necessarily. I'm just more concerned, and my concern is the bigger picture, and I'm just trying to think through that.
I mean, I'll just tell you one other thing. I know you've listened to me say a lot, and I appreciate it. Just to give you a perspective, from where I sit when I consider the case in your community board, is I look at your resolution from the last applicant, and I think most good liquor council does that. And when you have a sort of, robust resolution that explains basically, that this is like a ticket we are issuing for one ride only because we have all these concerns, but it's really this applicant and the quality of this applicant and our trust in this applicant's operation that makes us willing to go to full liquor. That has a lot of impact on subsequent applicants. What I'm hearing here is really you've got no concern about these folks, but it's just the precedent for the space and the next applicant. And I think writing a resolution that's very strongly worded will ward off the folks who look at this space next in your view, and think that they can just get away with a more nightlife oriented method of operation because they're going to see your resolution and know how much of a non-starter that.
I thank you for that, for acknowledging that, but I will just say that not all attorneys are quite so astute or conscientious as you, Max. So,
I'm the bottom of the barrel. I'm sure they all will.
Not everyone consider that. So, okay. So I guess for now, I'm going to just kind of take a straw poll here of the committee because I'm still on the edge.
Yeah, I think, as Max mentioned, we knew that this was a concern going into this, and the concern of the community. I think we had hoped that our application would be taken at face value for what it is and the type of, what we represent and the type of establishment that we want to operate. The other thing that I would mention is just that our operating hours are, pretty reasonable. Or, if you were granted full liquor, for example, I know there was a case last month where they were applying for 2 a.m., but they previously had full liquor at midnight, and they weren't able to get 2 a.m. So I think, given our limited operating hours, that could be beneficial, for the community in the future.
Thank you. Okay, so committee members, at straw poll, who is in favor of the application as it stands?
I am. I'll give you, I'm looking at the SLA diagram here and seeing all the licenses in the neighborhood, and it is, to Sam's point, regarding the congestion of the neighborhood. However, as you said, the hours is a plus for me. Midnight, I think whoever comes next, speaking to your concern, I think that would severely handicap whoever follows, whoever wants to take that tenant the space over in the future. And also what is pushing me in that direction is the strength of the application and considerations that the SLA might have concerning that. And just the hours too. They're not pushing us for 2, 3, not even on weekends.
There was a little
Yeah.
there was a little jumbled audio. That was a straw poll, and the first was yes for full liquor. Is that right?
Yes, that's a good summary, Max.
Okay. No, sorry. Thank you.
I'm very sympathetic given their experience and their aspirations to be part of that mission level conversation. And you do kind of need alcohol, like hard liquor with your cocktails to get to there. I'm wondering if we could maybe stipulate it so if your concern is kind of mitigated where this, but if, knock on wood, you guys, I hope you guys live out your 10, 15, 20-year lease. If that event they don't, then it's harder or impossible for this space to become more of a bar than a restaurant.
Well, I mean, I think to Max's point, the stipulations that we put on here in our resolution that we write, if we were to approve this, is the guide, but it's kind of the template that anything else that comes in is going to have to start with that.
Yeah.
And if
And the hours come in handy for that, right? As a.
So anything that would come in after this, if we were to approve this and we were to put these stipulations and this was our resolution and we spelled out very clearly we were approving this simply based on this specific applicant and their experience and whatever else we put in there, that does play into whenever the next applicant would come in. That would be something that we would use as backup to say, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to expand it any further. We gave them this simply because of this and because of their minimal impact that they were proposing and what they told us they were going to do. And then maybe that they did for the next 5 or 10 years. Maybe they will be wonderful, wonderful neighbors. So if, they do move on for whatever reason and someone else comes in, there is that standard to hold them to.
I'm comfortable with that.
We've done that, just,
Yeah, just be smart, write it very strong.
Right.
If I say, so I hope my friends don't get,
I think they're close enough to my foot.
hope my friends don't get angry at me.
Too late.
No, it's too late. To be honest, when it comes to complaints, a beer bar can have a lot more problems and complaints than a restaurant like this with the full liquor, to be honest.
True.
If you're talking about beer, wine, or full liquor, this place is not gonna have more of a negative impact. This specific place
Right.
is not gonna have more of a negative impact than a beer, wine, where you have the bros coming to drink. I understand that you don't want a full liquor there, but the issue on this kind of place is, is not gonna be, for the impact. I really think you're better off with a place like this than a beer, wine with cheap food, or even pizza. You're gonna have a lot of people congregating and making a lot of noise. And I do think, that the strength is in the resolution and, put, very specifically that the only reason that a full liquor would be acceptable is because not only is it a restaurant, but a very high-end restaurant that, I don't know if you have a certain number of seatings or anything like that. But it's not gonna have, how many people do you accommodate?
So I didn't mention the capacity is 74 or something, we only have 50 seats.
So, maybe, specifying 50 seats, so it isn't up to 74.
Sounds like the consensus or majority of the committee is in favor of the application with strong stipulations.
Yes.
Seems to be what I heard.
What do you think? I mean, like,
I'm still on the fence.
Stipulations and resolution, that this is specific.
Specifically for this, I mean, that would be written into the whereas clauses in the resolution, yes.
Could we also engrave it on the walls?
It's stealing class now, so we
Keep
can't
going.
do that. Oh, yeah, you heard? Anyways, okay.
I mean, a full board is a sizable contingent of folks who are really reluctant to give any new liquor license. So I know Lee, it's the first person that comes into mind that there's gonna be some opposition.
So
But
that's,
he lives in a place that doesn't have any, commercial activity at all.
okay, so go ahead and bring up the stipulations, the draft stipulations we have based on our current application. And let's just take a look at those.
So Max, can I tell you, we have a new policy? Oh, he left.
No, he's still on the agenda. He's pulling up the documents. Be here.
Uh-oh, well, what, did I break a new policy?
Yes, the new policy is we're no longer gonna chase you for these stipulations.
Yeah.
You have to have them back by Friday.
What did we do? We didn't give it to you by Friday?
What? Well,
What happened? We didn't give,
we spend all our time chasing all the lawyers. We're no longer.
you don't chase me.
Stipulations and petitions. We're no longer gonna chase you for petitions either, so.
We're saying
Yeah,
this.
no, I heard on the petitions. I understand there's
And not just you, that's, I won't say across the board, but it's the majority of the applicants we have.
This is not personal.
no, understood. I'll tell you, petitions fell by the wayside, I think, for a while, but we understand that you're making a renewed push for it, and we're gonna respect that, and we've already, begun encouraging people to get steps, and I think this case shows how it's helpful.
So if they're not in, the application is going to be considered not complete, and we'll have to deny for any complete application. And then you have to come back the next month, so.
Anyway, whatever the stipulations are by Friday.
So, okay, so we're going to take a look at the stipulations we have currently. And then, once we just go through where we agree on this, we'll talk about some whereas clauses we're going to include. Nicola Tamburo and Nikita Malhotra? Malhotra?
And it's Nicholas.
Oh, yeah, there's no mess there.
That's why we do this. So we qualified representative of Tramps Like Us LLC, located at 412 to 414 East 9th Street.
Well, we do have a name now too. You
This is just the corporate. We don't need the DBA.
Yeah, we don't need the DBA.
The corporate in here, so. We'll operate, my license type is a full liquor. We'll operate a full service restaurant, specifically a seafood restaurant, with the kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be Tuesday through Saturday, 5 p.m. through midnight. Everything that's okay with that? Yes. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants or now it's open dining in New York program, it's officially called. And what I also would like to say is, and I don't think you're going to do this, but we see this a lot, is that I'm hoping you're not going to come back in 6 months and say, we want to apply for outdoor dining. Because what we're approving is what we're approving. And
I think sometimes you call that a never ever clause, and we understand that.
And I know we can't say that, but it's just something we like to tell the applicants that we're not going to look fondly upon that. You can apply for it if you ever want. We can't stop you from applying, but.
No, they're not gonna, the sidewalk cafe and roadway cafe program is interesting for a lot of people, but we've talked about it and it's not for their concept.
Good, that helps. You haven't, I don't think you did your questionnaire. I don't think you're specifying security personnel or doorman. You don't, with the
No,
restaurant.
we'll not have security or a doorman.
And I assume, I don't think we've ever heard any issues with the space before. It wasn't allowed space. You're still planning on beyond background recorded music. It's not gonna, you're not changing that. It's gonna be a low level recorded background music. You check off though, you will install soundproofing.
Yeah, it's an old, the space hasn't been renovated in 10 plus years. And so Nick or Nikita could speak to exactly what they're putting in. It's just, I think, what would be standard for any renovation today.
With the standard clause that we've been putting in most of our applications, that you will install soundproofing according to a sound engineer to ensure the sound is not audible outside the premises.
Nick, do you have any issue with that?
Do you have a sound engineer? Are you using a sound engineer?
It's not something we've explored yet. Yeah, it's not something we've explored. But as far as the sound goes, the, when we are installing these. So that we're.
I don't want to also make this overly onerous on you. I know it was a restaurant before, and I don't think there were sound issues before.
Could we say we'll install industry standard?
What I was gonna,
Oh, sorry. Please.
I was gonna draw a sound engineer requirement. If they're installing soundproofing even without a sound engineer, but the sound is not audible outside the space, then that's sufficient.
Yeah, that part is fine. Thank you. This is not like the last case. They hadn't even planned on hiring a sound engineer, but they were through their construction team just doing soundproofing.
If there are sound problems, you're gonna have to hire a sound engineer to ensure there is no sound outside the space.
Yeah, that they'll understand.
You're having a closed fix. You're not changing the facade at all. I don't think
We're not changing the facade, and the facade doesn't have operable windows.
Windows, and you're not changing that to open up as open French doors or anything else. It's going to stay closed to the facade. Correct.
That's right.
You will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which cover fee is charged, scheduled performances.
That's all correct.
And are you planning on having private parties at all?
Yes.
No. Oh, pardon me. I thought we said no in the app. Oh, we did. No, we said yes. Pardon me. We plan on having, like, if someone wants to do a buyout.
How many? What are you talking about per year?
We were talking about 24 per year. Yeah, it would be like if a guest wanted to buy out the restaurant for some reason.
And that's what we refer to a private party. It's not if someone's having a birthday party at a table. It's an entire buyout of the restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a maximum number they're aspiring to, I mean, they have no sort of plans to have, I think, that robust of buyouts, but they'd like the opportunity.
In 24, it's not a huge number, but we don't often see that number for private events. It's usually not. Because the only thing that I will say, and not that we have a problem with private events, but the only thing with private events is it usually does involve people leaving and coming and going all at once, as opposed to a normal turn of a dinner service.
If we were to do like for example, a guest chef dinner, that was like a ticketed event, would that be considered a private event?
So we'll have the same reservation system as a regular service, but it would be not like
Like we wouldn't be taking any walk-ins. Does that make sense?
Would it be hosted by like Eater or?
like
a
resident,
magazine or something?
Amex, exactly.
Like you would buy a ticket to like a guest chef or a guest winemaker dinner.
Well, you're agreeing to no
So that's a
ticketed
third-party
events.
promoted event.
That's a third-party promoted event.
Which is fine.
Like you would book it for your restaurant, which is the same way you would book it.
A
So-
normal reservation.
So it's not, yeah,
It's not I think our platform will be best.
yeah.
So.
I think you like to see it, but I don't know what's the one concern I have about that. It's that people come here.
Yeah, if you're coming and going all at once.
Crossing a bus, this or that, parking issues. They can't tell. That's.
Yeah, I know that's.
I mean, we're.
If there's concern about the private events, may I suggest, and I'm sorry I have to do it this way, talking directly to my client this way, either reducing the number to a number that they're comfortable with, or agreeing to that private events will end at an earlier time that they're comfortable with, to address their concern about everybody leaving at once.
I think the only big concern about private events is not the time per se, because they're not going to be open super late. It's just that means people are all coming at once and leaving at once generally.
And usually in private parties.
Yeah.
So they're not gonna be taking us, they're not gonna be taking the subway, not dressed up in Ubers, limos.
Earlier is better, because you're
Yeah.
gonna have a lot of.
Well, earlier is technically better, but it's still.
Because 50 people leaving at 10 is better than 50 people leaving at 12.
We could propose others 16.
Right. I mean, I would be comfortable with because yes, most restaurants have some private events. It's not, I don't want to say, we don't normally say no to that. But 24 usually is not always quite that large of a number.
Okay. Yeah.
It's 16,
Well, would you do 12? Is that?
Did you want to do the third party promoted events?
No, we just thought, we just mentioned the,
No.
like, Betsy usually, that's how you do, like.
Yeah, that's not a third party promoted event.
That's your reservation platform that you use. You're selling reservations for there. That's not a third.
No, for third party promoted events, they mean like party promoters and things, which is not you folks.
Yeah. So no, Resi is not a third party promoted event. You're using that as your reservation system, which, okay, so that's
12
per year. Okay, thank you for. So you'll play ambient recorded background music only. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3 first. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. You will not have a happy hour. You will not have wait lines. You will not have a staff, or you will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. You will post a stipulation by your license. Residents may contact the manager or owner below, the number below. The only thing I also feel like, I know you checked off the amount of wait lines, you have a staff person. I think we need to just specify, because this is a residential street, I feel like it just needs to be slightly stronger than a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering crowds, because even if people have reservations, they're going to come hang out. It's not a line, but there's still a crowd on the street. So I just feel like that needs to be very strong.
I think you had language in your first case that I heard that I thought might be appropriate for this concern. I think it was something a little beefier than this. You know what I'm talking about? Is like employing an electronic reservation system, and will actively, you know,
Yeah.
so like sequence arrivals so that there's minimized chance of loitering. I think you had language that makes sense here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's helpful, but there is, as we mentioned, a space that's 4 steps from the sidewalk, and there's like a small area for people to wait, so they wouldn't be like crowded on the sidewalk.
The problem is they're going to start talking, and then the voices carry. Just looking at that's mentioned, so. Yeah, I don't want to belabor the issue, but I just wanted to be very clear that if I say for number 18, if we just add, I think what you were referring to, Max, earlier that I mentioned was, I think their language was, you discourage patrons from congregating outside the premises.
Not allowed, not
Yeah,
discouraged.
yeah, actually it should, yeah, that's true. It should be not permit patrons to congregate and ensure that the area outside is clear at all times.
That's fine. They could also, if you want to add, they could communicate that requirement via the electronic reservation system. Resi has a way now where when you reserve your table, the restaurant has a way to give the customer instructions.
And also whoever comes after you. Okay.
So not permit patrons to congregate outside.
Not permit patrons to congregate outside. And
The outside, ensure the outside is clear.
and ensure, or I think I think I said something other than ensure. It was not, oh yeah, just not permit. I wouldn't have said that completely. Not permit patrons to congregate outside. I forget what my second.
Ensure that the outside is clear at all times and communicate to patrons electronically.
Yeah.
Communicate this policy to patrons electronically.
Yeah, that's right.
So basically, if they come there or if they're 15 minutes early, just tell them you have to go somewhere else. You can't stay here. Are you? Because you have a bar. Are you going to have the bar seating is going to be for people? No, not at all. That's
I mean, the concept, we would like to be for people who come on reservations.
Yeah.
So I can't use two operations on that.
But I just mean if they come early for the reservations, you don't really have a waiting area inside.
Yeah, it's not a bar per se, it's like a counter.
Yeah.
They don't
That's
have a way, they don't have a place to send people. So this, which is why this stip matters.
So it just needs to be you need to be very clear that, and maybe in the Resi system you're using, that it says, please do not arrive, or maybe say something, please do not arrive early for reservation, because we just can't have anyone, because it is a residential street, and we want to maintain it. Okay, is there anything else anyone can thought of or that addresses anything?
Thank you for your assistance and I want you to stay there for 10 years. Over 15.
Okay.
Oh, was it 15?
Okay, so Max, are you okay with everything we just went through?
Yes, and I've been texting with Nick and they're okay with it too.
Okay. Okay, and then, I didn't write it out now, but I will have the whereas clauses will be worded that whereas normally we would not consider an application on a residential side street. However, given the strength of the application, their willingness to close early, blah, 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 listing all those things, we would approve this only in this situation for that, because that does give us strength later down the road if they are no longer there. And, yes.
I changed 18 to I will have a no lawyering policy that is communicated to patrons and strictly enforced. We need to fill in there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's in the middle.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going through my head to make sure. I'm fine with this. Seems like everyone else is fine with the stipulations. We'll make sure that this is very specific to this application. The approval. Okay. So as the stipulations of the resolution that we are going to vote on, take a roll call vote. Guillermo? Stephen?
Yes.
Yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Your application has been approved. You will be getting stipulations, Max. You know the deal. You heard Susan. Make sure we get them back.
We will get them back.
Yes. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for taking up so much of your time tonight. We appreciate it.
Hope everything goes well tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So the officer is sending out the stipulations we just went through. They'll send them to your lawyers and they'll take care of it and have you sign it and notarize it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I had a license across the street from me.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll tell them to move there.
That was good.
I'll take that. I've had problems across the street. I'll take this.
Okay.
You live there.
No. Yes, she's down there.
I live on the Avenue Way.
Yeah, a block away.
Yeah. I've had 2 problem bars across the street.
Which is good. Which one?
At 50 Avenue Way.
That's not a private.
That's private,
right?
No, it's fine now,
15.
but there's an empty space.
When
I'll take these down.
Okay. So I guess I don't know. I don't see anyone here. Okay, so I think at this point we're going to. Yeah, I'm just going to start taking them in order because I think the rest of them are all going to be equally easy. Okay. Dim Sum Palace, number 5, 27 Division Street. This one actually I think is actually going to be fairly simple because we've heard them before. Is the applicant here for 27 Division Street, Dim Sum Palace? Please raise your Zoom hand. They did. So they didn't have the petitions. Okay.
more than the panels.
Oh, if the camera's on, not on, it show up. Always connect. Okay, just give me one moment. I will give a brief summary of your application. Okay, Dim Sum 6 is doing business as Dim Sum Palace, seeking to upgrade to a full on-premises liquor license, and the premise is located at 27 Division Street between Bowery and Capitol Street. It's an application for an establishment of 269 people, 19 tables, and 156 seats, serving Chinese food and dim sum in a full kitchen at all hours. There are 5 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The applicant has operated this license with a beer and wine, this location with a beer and wine license since 2022. The applicant currently holds 3 other on-premises liquor licenses: Dim Sum Palace on 46th Street, Dim Sum Yan at 33 West 33rd Street, and Dim Sum Palace Yan at 28 West 56th Street. And it holds a beer wine license at one location in CB3. It's Dim Sum Sam at 59 2nd Avenue. They have 2 pending temporary beer and wine licenses on 23rd Street and on 40th Street. So there were 731 complaints at this location that required police action since 2018. 7 is not a huge number, but it's something to just mention. 11 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. They are really not changing their method of operation. Their current hours are 10 a.m. and closing by 3 a.m. all days. They will not use outdoor space. And I think you are changing your facade, correct? Are you changing the doors and windows of your space?
No, we didn't change the, you mean the outside, right? The entrance door, right?
Yes, you're changing the entrance, right?
Yeah, we changed the entrance no, still the old entrance, but we do some renovation. We change the appearance, we change the material because before it's too old, but still the same entrance location.
Yes. So my question is though, it's still going to be, you're not having windows or anything that opens. It's still going to be a closed fixed facade with just a door, correct?
Yeah, it's wall closed. It's wall closed.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna. This wasn't checked off on your questionnaire, but it's going to be you will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows. That wasn't fully checked off on your questionnaire. I just wanted to confirm because I knew that was what you were changing.
Mm-hmm.
So. Okay.
But it's not from French window. It's closed.
Wait, they are French windows. Do you have windows that can open?
No window can open.
Okay. And you're not changing that. You're not putting in French windows.
No.
Okay. And I just want to confirm one other thing. The other thing, I don't think you had checked off all the boxes in regards to the music. Are you proposing to have live music at all?
No, we don't have live music. We only got recorded music.
I think you did at your current place, and I think with your previous stipulations, but you didn't have that completed on the questionnaire. It wasn't, those boxes weren't checked off, so I just wanted to make sure that you're just going to have recorded background music, right?
Yes, right. No live music. Yeah.
No live music, no DJs, no bands, nothing.
No, nothing.
Okay, so we're going to check off all those boxes, just that you will not have any of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So basically, this is for the committee and any members of the public. This is simply just they're keeping the same method of operation. It's an upgrade to a full liquor license. The one thing that I'm going to say is, when I measure the distance from the school across the street from the main entrance doors to your space, it is less than 200 feet. It appears that you're modifying your entranceway to move it back 5 feet, to put it outside of the 200-foot distance. We're going to approve this based on your application, and we're going to put a request in for the SLA to measure the distance and determine, because that's not our job. So the SLA will determine if you're outside of the 200 feet, and you're generally not allowed to move a door back because it's from the street sidewalk. It's not from where your actual door is. So if you're making an entranceway alcove, it will be measured from the point on the sidewalk where that begins, not your actual door. So if you are still within 200 feet from the main entrance of the school, the SLA will probably not approve you for this license. Even if we approve you for the upgrade, SLA will take their own measurement and make their own decision based on that. But we are going to put in our stipulation that we would like the SLA to determine if this location falls with.
Make sure she knows that.
Yeah. You do know about the 200 rule, correct?
But you can't be within 200 feet of a school.
If your main entrance to your business is within 200 feet from the main entrance of a school, you cannot have a full liquor license. It can only be beer and wine. That is a state law.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is when we took over this location, the entrance door is where it is. So previously, I think for the liquor authority, for their records, they just do the measurement from the building hallway to the school entrance door. It's not fair to us because we held a professional survey company.
I'm not making that decision. As a community board, we're not going to make the decision whether you're within 200.
Okay.
That will be left to the state. We are going to put a notice, a whereas clause in our resolution, basically just asking the state to confirm whether or not they determine it's within 200 feet. If they don't, if they say you're outside of 200 feet and we were to approve you, then you're fine. But even if we approve you and the state determines you're within 200 feet of the school, they still may not approve you based on that. I'm just giving you that notice so that you know that going to the state, they may still take a measurement and determine you're within 200 feet. My measurement based on the maps, it did appear within 200 feet, but I'm not going to base my decision on that.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Okay. So that being said, is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? Does anyone from the committee have any other questions? It really, in general, is a fairly simple application. It's just an upgrade.
No question.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to add before we go to making our resolution and our stipulations that we would vote on?
No, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to bring the stipulations up on the screen, the draft stipulations we have, and we'll go through them with you, what we're going to be voting on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't know.
So it is I, Sam Yan, as a qualified representative of Dim Sum 6 Incorporated, located at 27 Division Street, with a full liquor license, will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a dim sum restaurant, with a kitchen and open serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be opening no later than 10 a.m. and closing by 3 a.m. all days. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You don't have security. I think you've already been operating, so you don't have soundproofing. You will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows. You will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded music only. I will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. I will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials. You did it. I don't think you checked off. Are you proposing a happy hour at all, or you will not have happy hours?
No, we have no happy hour.
Okay, so I will not have happy hours. And then you will not, or you cannot basically have wait lines. Do you agree with having no wait lines?
No, we have no waiting lines.
No wait lines, and you will have a staff person to make sure there's no noise or crowds outside. You will post the stipulation, and then residents may contact the manager or the owner, and I think we were missing, I don't think we filled out that on the application. It was Samian, what is the phone number?
It's 718 6 line 7. Line 925.
Okay. Okay, so that is the resolution. Is there anything that was incorrect on there? That is the resolution that we're voting on.
No, I think that's everything.
Okay. So that being said, we are going to move to a committee vote on these stipulations. Guillermo?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. So your application was approved. The community board office will be sending you out the stipulations with instructions. You will need to return those to us by this Friday. They need to be signed and notarized.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And just, you'll see the resolution with its full meeting, but I will put the whereas clause in there just to have the SLA verified outside of 2 But again, that's not our job.
Isn't it to the middle of the doors?
From the main entrance of the door of the school to the door of the restaurant. But if the restaurant door is set back from the street, from the sidewalk line, it's measured to the line.
Inside the restaurant? Got it.
So their door has been moved back 5 feet. I don't know if it was intentionally to avoid the 200-foot rule, but I do know that on the plans it was moved back about 6 feet, and they were about 197 feet before. So moving the door back technically puts them outside of 200 feet. However, the SLA specifically states that it is measured from the property line at the sidewalk intersection where they enter your property, not where they enter the building. So that will be up to the SLA to decide on us. Okay, on to the next item. So we're going to move on to number 8, 92 Second Avenue. I know we have the applicants here in person. And everyone's here, you're their attorney, the applicants are here, okay. So I'm gonna, you know the drill, I'm gonna give a brief summary, we'll turn it over to you for anything if you have to add.
This is 92.
92 Second Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay. 92 Second Avenue LLC, doing business as Bar Snack, is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 92 Second Avenue. This is an application for establishment of 70 people, 1 dining table, and 8 top tables. And
we added our it's gonna be like 70 seats inside.
so it's what?
70 seats.
70, so it's 70 seats, I have 70 seats, but it's 1 dining table.
On our architectural drawings, we're gonna have 18 seated at the bar, 23 running down on the side. We have a single 8-top, 2 4-tops.
Oh, that's what it is, 1 dining table, one 8-top dining table is what.
Yeah, so you threw this to make me realize we should be more specific, yes, sorry.
And then, so 1 8-top dining table, and then you said 2 stand-up bars.
No, then, 3 4-tops, 18 seats at the bar. And then we have an additional, 20 seats, 10 running down either perimeter of the bar where we have sideboard dining.
So 20 more seats then.
And then the remainder, which if I'm doing my head math correctly, should be about 8 or 12 in the back room for the snack.
The back room that they added behind the big blue door.
Correct, yeah, next room. Yeah. And we can amend those.
Over here. Okay. With a cocktail bar and restaurant concept with a full service kitchen open and serving food until 2 a.m. Playing background audio music from streaming services, no TVs. There are 23 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This application was previously Local 92 for approximately, and I think it was there since about 2010. 2010. The applicant has previously been a license holder at St. Ellie LLC, doing business as Minnows and Brooklyn CB1 since September of 2020. There have been no commercial brewing complaints with police action necessary. There were 2 emails from local business owners and actually community board members in support of your application. And I did count up. You have 24 petition signatures. Is that sorry, I didn't look it up. I counted them earlier today and then I didn't jot them down in the actual resolution. I'm reading
Yeah,
from.
I think I put it on the top, but I should put it in bold.
Okay, and then you're proposing hours of 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday, Sunday 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Yes, there's a little bit of a mistake with the hours based on the questionnaire and stipulation, but I'm sure.
So that's kind of a brief summary for everyone. I'm going to turn it over to the applicants and let them. A brief little.
To use the microphone or?
Yeah, actually, probably should use the microphone. Give us a brief little summary and then correct or clarify anything I missed.
Sure. Thank you so much to the community board for taking time to look at the application. My name is Nadia Shahjahan. I represent the applicants. The principals are here today. We've summarized everything beautifully. I do want to underscore that, the applicants are here to work with the community board. Ali Larry has worked in the East Village for 10 years prior before opening his bar in Brooklyn. He's excited to return back to the community to give back. And also soundproofing is something that the applicant is investing heavily in. They're waiting for their DOB permits to come in. They're working with the sound company to make sure that that is something that will not impact the residents in the building. So I really wanted to highlight that for the community board. And again, we are here to, work with the community board and hopefully be a part of the community program.
So this is actually going from the food, I mean, it was a total food business. It's even affordable.
It was what?
I said it was food, it was not a bar. They had full liquor, they had mixed drinks and.
Yeah, I
But
remember.
it was a restaurant.
Yeah.
And it's now changing from a
They
restaurant.
had like that, yeah. Do they-
Bar in the back.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
I eat there all the time.
They have a 4 a.m. No. We didn't have a 4 a.m.
But the point I was making, it was a restaurant. People, you didn't go, you drank with your food, but it was a full restaurant. So it was changing, totally changing that.
They have a sit-down bar?
Hmm?
Do they have a sit-down bar?
They had seats. Yeah, they
I
had.
saw you at that
I think
bar.
they had some seats. They had seats at the bar though.
But if people went there to eat.
Yes.
I mean, they actually had very good cocktails, and people had a lot of cocktails, ordered cocktails, but you went there to eat.
So, and you're not proposing any kind of live music, anything. It's just going to be recorded background music. And I know you did say you didn't check off you won't use the outdoor space. You're proposing to use. Are you proposing under the new open dining program?
Yes.
You're proposing both the sidewalk cafe, and they have a large sidewalk area there. And then are you proposing roadbed seating as well?
No, we're only proposing against the facade at this point, and while it is a larger space, we actually have a fire hydrant outside that facade, so we would be extending even as far as that makes.
And that being said, that's a whole separate application, which I'm sure you're
Of
aware of.
course,
That's
yes.
we're not dealing with that tonight, but it was just a clarifying question on the application. And I think there was only one other thing I have a quick question about. Not sure, it seems like but I will say, in the past history of Local 92, even though they were there for a long time, there were several situations in the past where they were brought up to us for noise complaints. Many years ago, just looking through the past, when I was looking through the past resolutions when they came to us, one of them they came specifically to modify to add more soundproofing. I'm not sure what's still there, what's been left, but.
So there's the soundproofing that they added initially, but before we further any other construction, we're spending $30,000 on soundproofing the entire ceiling. Additionally, around 50% or so of our signatures are from our residents in our building, and when we secure them, we have a front facade open, so they can come in and see the work that we're conducting. So we're very, very conscious of that, and we do really genuinely work closely so that we're here for a long time.
Well, actually, I didn't check. Is there anyone here from the public that wants to speak to this item?
There's
I
a
do see
hand
someone
raised.
raise their hand, so. Stuart. Okay, Stuart, please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I just also want to say there was someone else who I'm in touch with who could not
who tried to click the raise hand and it wouldn't work. Her name is Carol Putra. She's from the same block association.
We can promote her if she's in. We'll take care of that.
Oh, she is in? Okay. Yeah, like Susan said, this is a change from a restaurant to a full bar. There's what, 23, I think, full bar liquor licenses in the vicinity. It really does not qualify like for anything that the 500-foot rule is there for. It's not a benefit to the community. It's a really generic kind of concept. There's a table for 8, and then the rest are bar stools. It's a big old bar. It looks like that they want to have outdoor space. It says, you know, that it's taking over a current liquor license, and so that it shouldn't affect the neighborhood. The last place, which was just a restaurant, did affect the neighborhood. It was really made a lot of congestion, and it made that block really difficult. They had their doors open all the time. There was loud music out there all the time. And that, in addition to Frank, really made for a super congested and dangerous situation with the bike path and for pedestrians. They say they're going to get a soundproofer, concerned about actually a licensed soundproofer and real like a sound engineer. The idea of 1 8-top and the rest being of bar stools seems really crazy to me. And it looks like to me like their signatures are like don't look right on their petitions. I think that is all that I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Carol, right?
Carol, I think we promoted, or we're going to promote Carol.
Yes.
Okay, Carol, if you can hear us, you've been promoted. If you accept and then unmute yourself.
She promoted a lot of time.
She lied.
Yeah, just a lot of time. So
Yeah.
it's much easier.
Okay, Carol.
Unmute, Carol.
Carol, if you can unmute yourself, the little lower left-hand corner of the mute button.
That's why she couldn't raise her hand. Maybe you could put it in the chat, Carol. Maybe you could put it in the chat if you can.
Okay. Is there anyone else from the public here that would like to speak? Raise your hand. Okay. Okay. Would you like to respond to anything that?
Yeah, with regards to the change in usage, we will have food available at all times. We've already engaged with the chef. He works for businesses that frequently attend these meetings, so we couldn't include him as part of the application, but we have already fully engaged and at all times of training, we will have food available. My background is in cocktails. I previously owned the #1 bar in the world. It was also awarded world's best bar, so any intonation that things might be generic, that's not what we're going for. And as part of that, Ollie and I met through our journey of operating bars here in New York. And what we want to bring to this area is something that is of value, that is respectful for everyone, and does meet all requirements along the way of working with the community.
So I will start off and say my only concern, or my main concern with this one is just the hours. We're going from, Local 92 was fairly normal, was for fairly early hours. I think they were actually approved for 12 and 1, but I think they usually close by midnight most of the time that I remember seeing them. Going to 2 and 4 is a big jump. Would you be willing to start out with reduced hours?
Work with the community board as long as it's, it is a bar, so being at 12 o'clock close is hard. But we are very flexible to work.
you see in our application that we want to be a place for the industry community to be able to come after work, and to have meals and before and after. We would like to be able to provide that, and being able to student during the week is very important for us.
Can I say, I can't tell you how many times people come here and say, we want to be open late for the industry. This is a residential neighborhood. So it's not for, it's for people that, hopefully it's for the people that live here.
Of course, yeah.
So it's like the restaurants don't have to go out to eat to your place after. I mean, they never had 4 o'clock hours.
So maybe in a year, we can put the hours again and, and revisit this and give you later hours in a year? Is that something more amenable?
If you can get to at least 2 a.m.
They opened 2 o'clock before. Yeah, so
Maybe 1 o'clock previously.
yeah, I mean, people shouldn't be looking to come extend. We're terribly oversaturated, you know that, and the SLA knows that. So if you want a 4 a.m. bar, you really should be looking for a place that was formerly open at 4 a.m.
We're happy to take 4 a.m. off the table, but it's 2 a.m. that is a
But they were never open till 2, were they? They were never open till 2. It's very difficult to keep extending when people, so, we have more commercial bar noise complaints than anywhere in Manhattan, and we're number 2 of the 59 community boards. So that's where we're coming from. So the later you're open, it's trying to address late noise complaints. So if you have a 4 a.m. license and you haven't had a problem, that's one thing. But to take a place that's had an earlier license and problems, and then push the hours later, it's a location issue.
And it does come down to, it's not necessarily anything you're specifically doing. It may just be the fact that you're adding more people to the street at that time of night.
So I just want to point out that we will have security personnel on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, starting from 6 p.m. till close, and then also the resi system. It's not meant to be like a come in and stand around bar because of the level of cocktails that's going to be provided by bartenders. The resi system will provide a way for okay, we enter you with resi, go to one of our local establishments, we can't hang out outside. Security will be there to make sure people disperse and aren't just waiting around.
The rest system is like death and company or something like that, where they're during you can go wander and then they'll take some text message.
But it's just, and again, it's not even the people outside. I'm not even saying it's going to be a crowd outside your place. I'm just saying it is just bringing more people to the streets later at night.
And they're leaving.
I'm not saying for credit, it's just adding a number of people, which is a concern, but.
Yeah, it's not saying you're bad business. It's saying people come and they drink, and when they drink, they're very loud, and then they're leaving at 2 a.m.
And we're hoping you're busy.
Yeah, and people are sleeping here. I mean, it's not Times Square. No, it's not the big happy district.
No, we know. That's why we did spend a lot of time speaking with as many of our neighbors as possible. We made them fully aware of everything that was going on. We did invite them inside. 50% of our petitions are our residents upstairs correctly.
And I totally understand that, but I'm the one that gets a complaint. So we have a very diverse neighborhood, which is wonderful. So we have a lot of young people who come here for a few years, and they're very happy to have a bar downstairs they can go to. And then you have other people, like the 2 that spoke, are from the Fifth Street Block Association, who have been here a much longer time. They go to bed earlier. So we have to make everybody happy. We have places for people to go out and not particularly increase very late night. We're not saying no 4 a.m. bars, but we're saying places that close at 1 o'clock before shouldn't be switching to 4. It puts more people on the street, no matter how wonderful you are.
We definitely understand on the floor. Yeah.
Would you guys be willing to take the previous stipulation?
1 a.m. all day.
Midnight for the week.
That's a restaurant.
It was 1 a.m. It was 1 a.m. all day.
1 a.m.
When you speak, I'm sorry to his neighbor, like some folks online are saying they can't hear you. If you can just speak a little louder, and, like into the microphone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was 1 a.m. all days. That's, I was just confirming that. It looks like it was last approved for 1 a.m. all days. But again, I don't think they were open to 1, but it looks like they were technically approved for 1 a.m. all days.
So we should do the same thing.
Would you be willing to start? I mean,
It's necessary.
well, I'm not saying they would do it, but they can always come back if they're proven to be good also.
It's gonna be the same situation.
I mean, understanding that the previous location had 1 a.m., we are a bar primarily. So even just getting to 2 all nights would be, and we're happy to stipulate around that, but just for the business model. And what they're investing in the business themselves, including soundproofing and anything else that the community board.
And unfortunately, and this is like what I said, I'm not as, I actually believe what you're saying and that what you're handling in your premises. It's just the people coming, the people, and even if they're well behaved, it's just the number of people coming later at night is bringing more people on the street.
So it's not a question of proving.
Yeah, it's not about.
In 2 years, it'll be the same situation. It's not that you have anything to prove. No one's saying that I have a business.
So, I mean.
We should have a policy, and it shouldn't be extended. We are terribly oversaturated. And they should be looking, if they want a late night business, they should be looking.
I mean, we're also happy to do for the week, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, go to 2, and 1 a.m. on the other nights. As a compromise.
That's not much of a compromise. Compromise would be more if we went 12 during the week and 2 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Was it previously not 1 o'clock?
It was 1. It was 1 all day. But a compromise is give and take from both sides. So you would give us 12 during the week and we would give you 2 on the weekends. Is that something that you?
I don't know that they'd be open later after 12.
That's true. I don't know that
They're not gonna get the business.
I don't know that they're gonna have the
Yeah,
business,
so it's
I'm not.
actually not much of a compromise, because they're not gonna have business.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine.
Business is all gonna be.
It is. And they're right. I mean, you're not, maybe you will, but it's not, during the week, you're not gonna have late night business.
Based on our competitor analysis of the seated cocktail bars, fully seated and utilizing resi system, the larger majority of their revenue is earned between 9 and 20. Where worked in this industry for a long time, we know a number of people on our block specifically, as well as in the 4 block radius, like post midnight for a seated cocktail bar with background music with food available, which is what we're doing. There is still ongoing business there.
But we
A
know
significant
we
amount
know
of
the
people.
neighbor, we know the neighbor.
I wouldn't say, I'm not claiming that, put in the way we, but I know operators and I have spoken with them about their revenue flow and where they tend to see a lot of their business. We looked at that specifically before signing this lease.
And the businesses that you're talking about are some of the problem businesses that we dealt with.
The seated cocktail bars? Okay.
Allegedly the ones that are supposed to be seated cocktail bars. That are the ones that have come to us many times and told us about their late night business. That most of their business, those are the ones we get complaints about. And I'm not trying to say you're a bad business or they're bad businesses. It's just the nature of that business causes problems.
It's saturation of people on the street below bedrooms. That's the issue. It's not, most businesses are not bad businesses. Some are, but not most. But we know the neighborhood and it's oversaturated. Again, the complaints we have, you can go on 311 and open data and look that up.
the complaints are also all from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Not all, but the majority of them are from that time. 9 p.m., I'm sorry, 9 p.m. to 1 a.m.
So I think the SLA would support, asking for a license at the hours that exist. I mean, that's kind of generally their policy. They understand the situation down here. If it had been, like I say, if it had been a 4 a.m. bar and they're having complaints, then they would support a 4 a.m. license.
We're at 2.
No, I actually do agree with Susan. I don't care about moving back to 12 on the weekdays because I don't think the crowd is going to be there between 12 and 1. I'll give them, I don't care about the one I'm doing.
Are you saying give 2 a.m.?
No, I mean, I'm tempted to say 1 a.m. all day. Again, I originally said, they were saying 2, or they said, I forget what it was, but I said, well, that's not negotiation, go back to 12, but I don't want to make them go back to 12. I'm fine with staying at 1 because.
So the place in Brooklyn, where in Brooklyn, do you guys have a spot?
There's one in Greenpoint.
It's like Greenpoint.
Like another overcentury.
And that is
What?
that is a busy bar neighborhood.
I know.
I have a bar at Greenpoint beside
The one place that's worse than ours is in Brooklyn. I'm not sure if it's going to work.
It's probably East Williamsburg bordered with like warehouse.
I think it's
Downtown.
Community Board 1 Brooklyn.
Yeah, CD1, it's all CD1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's nothing to
I don't know,
aspire.
what does anyone else think?
Did they have any problems?
I couldn't find anything for the Brooklyn stuff. It wasn't coming up at all. The address wasn't coming up at all. The 167 Nassau Street wasn't.
Yeah, no one's saying that bad business.
Maybe I was thinking straight. I was finding nothing at all, which was straight, like nothing, period. So maybe I was using street instead of avenue.
What do you think Sunday to Wednesday?
It's a policy, you need to think about every day as a person and a policy, because one of the things, if you have a policy, people will know to, when they're looking for a space, they'll know what.
Policy.
What?
We don't have it as a policy, it's a guide that we generally go
It's a
by, it's
guide,
not a
yes.
policy.
But
That's
you're
something
more-
for a different discussion.
Do you have across the locations of Lower Avenue?
Thank you.
it's over.
It's far area.
It's a huge street.
It is a wide.
It's a very, yeah, it's a huge thoroughfare.
I think it's the widest I'm used to, it's already there.
No, yeah, no one's saying it shouldn't be a society.
I mean, if they were on.
It's a little bit like, what's this, the guys coming in.
I'm not sold on that.
I also want to point out, I know it's an oversaturated area, but it's also a busy commercial. Not a residential street. And
Is it? I'm not sure it's actually, I know it looks like a big commercial. I think it changes, doesn't it?
Zoning and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah. It's like needing a big.
Actually, I think it's residence R7.
It is, it's not, it changed, it is.
It's commercial below
Zoning.
Third Street.
But
Looks like it's commercial below Third Street.
I'm just afraid, I'm afraid that we give it to 2 a.m. And, you know, there's other people that, again, great, and it's just a problem. And then we can't stop them.
And even to get 2 a.m. on the weekends, you're very. Yeah.
It's just a question of extending the concession in an oversaturated area as opposed to
you know, it's, again, even if you're not a problem, it's just adding, it's just increasing. And it's not any one person's problem, it's just the general neighborhood.
It's like, what do we do about the complaints? We're trying to address late night complaints. And again, it's not in the businesses generally the complaints are from, it's from people coming up with the businesses and going business to business.
Again, I know I was the one that suggested moving back to 12 during the week, but I don't feel strongly about that.
I don't feel strongly about 12 during the week, and then.
I mean, it was already 1 before.
So 12 week and 2 p.m.
No, I said I don't feel strongly about moving back to 12. I'm fine with leaving it at 1 during the week.
So when you guys feel okay, it's adding that extra
hours on the weekend.
Because people aren't going to be there Sunday through Wednesday.
But you said the revenue is mostly from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m.
No, he's never been there.
Well, but he's saying in his knowledge from his trade, right, that, and your contact with operators.
Speaking without competitors and friends, yeah, that is a considerable amount of the revenue.
So 9 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Correct, yes.
On the previous place, I had 1 a.m. every day, right?
But they weren't busy.
They were legit restaurants.
They were not busy late.
That's the other thing. It's, you know, that was actually a full-fledged restaurant. It wasn't, I mean, they had a bar, they had a full.
I remember, yeah.
But it was a different crowd than a cocktail crowd.
So what?
The owner of the bar behind the blue gold, that's bottom house.
Yeah, not even, I mean,
Yes.
because that, I don't know, that never really took off.
I think the pandemic had something to do with it.
I'm sure it did.
Yeah, we know the space really well. They're great and very good customers.
You know, there's a part of me that wants to give you 2 on the weekends, but I.
2 with stipulations.
Oh, you'll have stipulations.
I mean, stipulations always come part of the rules, but I mean, anything that we can do that.
But I don't know, there's no stipulations, it's, you know, we're having problems with the people that you're referring to, and I know who you're referring to, that have lines going down the block that are huge problems, and they're not supposed to have lines going down the block.
Yeah, you seem like you're gonna be.
And that's my fear, is that if you are successful, which we hope you are, it's going to be, you know, it's just adding to the burden. You know, in general, it's just adding to the continued problem.
Operationally, why is it simply not feasible there because we're guided by businesses on the side? That's why from the beginning we've been very clear about the system.
Oh, the other places have businesses on both sides and they don't seem to care. They line up.
Can I tell you that it was, we got complaints all the time, this was impossible to walk by, because you would have the sidewalk cafe, then you would have the podium, then you would have people waiting, and then you had the shed in the street.
I don't know. We need to move on. I think we're putting way too much energy into this for an hour, so. I don't know. What does everyone think?
I understand creating, you know, another and having a policy. I think that there is commitment here for, like, with the residents and with the soundproofing.
I say soundproofing's not an issue, it's not an issue.
I hear you, yeah. I know. But, yeah.
So sounds like you're leaning toward giving them the 2 on the weekends.
Well, I'm leaning towards, you know, as someone who's in that area frequently, right, and speaking as like a resident who like goes out and stuff, like, it's just, I'm leaning towards having the responsible operator, experienced operator, and having the non-experienced operator. That's a little bit where my mind is. And from their proposal, et cetera, I'm getting those feelings that they're serious operators and they're invested in because I mean, it is a jewel, right, that location, so you don't want to lose it. You don't want to have like a confrontational relationship with your neighbor, basically, because it's kind of have to be kind of neighborly in a way, right? So, I don't know. But I hear you. I mean, on creating the precedent of the 2 a.m. to 2 a.m. and then you have the lower side again.
It's creeping up.
Yes,
Every time you extended it.
I mean, but it's not like Second Avenue right now. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, that's the other part that I'm considering. Now, in Second Avenue, it's like, especially in that area. So if you have this activity that is regulated, that is well done, I'm leaning towards that than having that's a little bit of what it's like what you were saying about people before. Like, it's good to have them rather than someone else. Unfinished thoughts, but
I agree with everything you said. Yeah.
So it sounds like, and I think you're leaning toward 2 on the weekends.
Here, Dan some strong references as well, Jamie.
What'd you say?
Like another complaints that I deal with. In broken violet situations.
More because.
Be careful,
I'm
with your resistance.
out and about in East Village all the time. I feel like I have to lower avenue, Second Avenue. I'll just say lower Bowery.
That's, we don't have like it's not because they're on the later hours. If you keep extending the hours,
Right.
what are we gonna have? That's the question. So, okay, it sounds like the general consensus seems to be 2 on the weekends. So 1 during the week, 2 on Friday and Saturday. Is that?
Yeah.
You would say 12 during the week, 2 on the weekends.
I'm okay with 1 and 2.
You're okay with 1 and 2?
Oh.
Too late, my laptop wasn't working.
You went from.
This is Carol.
This is Carol. You made the effort to come over, we will let you.
Yes, it's right, okay, I'll be brief.
Okay,
And no.
please do.
Okay. Put it close to your mouth. First of all, I'm looking at the signatures here. Yeah, but it looked like it was written by the same person. I mean, it went through, and there are no signatures from anyone at 88 Second Avenue, which is a building with 22 apartments there. These are people that have to work, stay open till 4 o'clock in the morning. People have to get up.
Okay, I don't say you. Listed 4 o'clock is not even an option anymore. So don't talk about that.
Okay, all right, it's just more about these
Petition
signatures,
signatures.
because anyone that's going to live across the street is not going to be bothered by it. Lives around the corner is not going to be bothered by it. And I also had a problem with one table, because obviously it's a corner that happens to serve.
That's been addressed.
Where it used to be a restaurant that had served liquor.
Yes.
And, as I said, I had a problem with the
Thank you.
signatures.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for coming over here.
Seriously, essentially they go over there.
Okay. Thank you.
It seems.
Thank you, Carol.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yes. Dedication.
Yeah.
Okay, and this heat too.
Yes.
Okay, okay, so, we were in the middle, okay. 2 on the weekends, seems like that's the consensus. You were saying 12 during the week, 2 on the weekends. You were saying you don't care.
I'm saying a little bit of. I mean, you don't. So I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's something for the residents here. So that's the 12 during the week, but then it's also kind of.
You don't care. You don't feel strong about the 12. Or you want to stay with 1.
I think 1 is fine. I think you were right. I think your point about it being like that.
Yeah.
And then visible difference.
Yeah, I don't think 1 and 2 in an area that is already known for going out, you know what I mean? I get the complaints, but I feel like if we work with stipulations and, you know, we have someone that is committed. I know bar operators, I know being in this neighborhood for a while, and I can kind of tell between, you know, someone who's looking in the long term and someone who's just snatching a new spot. I think that that place is gonna require a lot of investment. I think you've seen how, organized this community is. If you come in confrontational, you're gonna have trouble. And, and you're not gonna make it just having the bar and clubs, because, I know congestion pricing didn't pass, but like, you will need to have a local, clientele to make it. And that clientele will not be there if you're seen, as the not friendly, not working with the community place. That's how I'm thinking about it.
Some of the other places though.
I know, right, but I'm new here, I'm just, yeah.
Our weekend, I'm gonna say our weekend crowds are from all over, so
get
it doesn't repeat business in that.
I get
Pardon?
Especially in the summer.
Yeah, it's not, they don't need a local.
Okay, so we're gonna do 1 and 2. 1 during the week, 2 on the weekends. Okay, so we're gonna go through the rest of the stipulation. You wanna pull those up, please, Michael? Okay, so it's I, Oliver Cleary, is qualified representative of IOM 92 second. What?
Do you need both principals or?
Someone just has to, it has to be someone signing it. My license will be a full liquor. I will operate a cocktail bar with a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. And then close, all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary open restaurants program at 10 p.m. And the other thing that we are going to start requiring, which we haven't yet, no, actually, this will be under the open dining. Open dining, outdoor open dining, whether it's sidewalk cafe or roadbed dining, we are going to start putting in our stipulations that it has to be seated because it's called the outdoor dining program. It cannot be standing. Yes,
That's our intention, right? Also an insurance nightmare, so.
So what?
It's an insurance nightmare.
It's an insurance nightmare too, but we've come to realize that the new open dining program does not require it to be seated. So that is something we are going to be stipulating. But that would be under your open dining permit when you apply for that. That's a separate thing from this. So you employ a doorman or security personnel. Is that going to be every night?
Thursday through Saturday.
Thursday through Saturday.
From 6 p.m. to close.
6 p.m. to close, Thursday through Saturday.
One security guard. You have single waivers. There will also be medical staff on the door, most of the people, so there will also be with the security.
And so I will install soundproofing then, again, which you heard earlier, our general standard thing is we're saying to ensure no noise is heard outside of the space. To ensure no sound is just sound. No sound is heard outside of the space. Now, are you, I know you said you're doing renovations. What are you doing to the front? I'm assuming you're leaving some sort of open.
The doors are remaining as is.
Okay, that's staying as it is. So I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or whenever my sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non, blah blah blah. But you're not having DJs, you're not having live music, you're not having third-party promoted events, you're not cover charges, and you're not having scheduled performances. I don't think you checked off. Are you proposing private parties?
What did you define as a private party?
It's like a full buy. You won't ever be doing a full buy. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not like a birthday party in the corner or anything. That doesn't count. It's a full buyout where you're closed to the public. Yeah, so not good. Okay. I will play ambient record background music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have an unlimited drink special including boozy brunches. We will have a happy hour and we'll end by 7 p.m. We will not have wait lines. We will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no noise, loitering, or crowds. We will post these by the liquor license, and residents may contact the owner below. Oliver Cleary, 347-843-3437. Okay. Anyone else? Is that everyone good? Okay. Then that will be the resolution stipulations. We'll move to a vote. Guillermo?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Clint? No. Michael?
Yes.
Motion passes. You will be getting, the office will be emailing you the stipulations. They have to be back by Friday. You will hopefully get them tomorrow or Wednesday.
I'm not gonna have anyone to send them out. Yeah, Terry doesn't care.
DocuSign is okay, or electronic.
No, they have to be notarized. They have to be notarized.
Oh, notarized.
Yeah, so it has to be notarized and returned. You can drop them off here, right? They can drop them off here.
But you don't have to.
Yeah, it can be emailed scanned. You just have to get it notarized somewhere. And
We'll email to.
they'll email with the instructions.
It's a question of.
When I get.
Trying to
Depends
do a
what
day
time you
job,
finish
trying
this
to do a
meeting.
day job.
Now I have a real day job again, so I can't do these all tomorrow morning. You'll get them ASAP.
We'll get them by
Volunteers.
Friday.
Oh, really? You'll get them soon.
Jamie mentioned.
Yes.
Okay. So that's, the office will send you out with instructions.
If we printed it on there, I find, I don't have my.
You can just, if you have your number, you don't have to stamp it. You can write it's fine. We'll get them to you and you'll get them back. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You good? Please don't be a problem.
Yes, exactly.
Just don't make me regret this.
Exactly.
Please. Then it has to be the full board, goes to the full board. Right. We have a, if it was a even, since it's an even number tonight, if it was to be a tie, it would then the full, it would just go, basically have to be ratified at the full board.
Because, we did not care, the majority.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna get these resolutions out tonight after we're done with this meeting.
Still gotta talk about the.
Yeah, okay. Next, we're moving on to, okay, you guys, which number are you here for? 14, 9, 4.
Huh.
Well, we do have 9, 11, and 13, but since they're waiting in person.
Isn't that a place in?
We can move them up and them so they can get out of here.
In Brooklyn?
Not that I want you to get out of here, but I'm just saying that way.
I want to get out of here.
Right.
You're not enjoying this?
Everyone else at least.
We've been here before and we usually have these.
Thank you.
It's basically a copy.
That was pre-COVID.
What you already have. Yes, we haven't been here since COVID.
You don't have to go through anymore.
Wait, so what's 180 is where Pangea is?
Yeah, it's next door.
Next door.
Next door to Pangea.
In the new building?
That's correct, in the new building.
Oh my God, that building.
Tompkins for bagels. Right.
Is this one, is this new building that they built?
Yeah. It's pretty. I live on.
Okay, so we're gonna give a quick summary. I'm gonna give a quick summary and then we'll move to members of the public and then we'll give you a chance to answer. So, Church of Lewis Incorporated, doing business as the 9th Ward, is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 180 2nd Avenue. This is an application for a restaurant with up to 74 people, 7 indoor tables, 6 outdoor patio tables, 77 seats, including 24 seats in the outdoor garden, and 8 bar stools. 1 stand-up bar, a full kitchen, food preparation area, serving food during hours of operation, no television, small speaker playing background music only. There are 15 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously housed to the same owner, same applicants as an earlier version of the 9th Ward through 2015 until building renovation, change of building ownership, and the COVID-19 pandemic delayed the reopening of 9th Ward. Principals Nick Ratner and Robert Morgan previously held full liquor licenses, which included previous iteration of the 9th Ward at the same location from 2010 to 2015. Showbreads located at 197 Second Avenue that operated from 2008 to 2017, and currently full license for Kingston Hall located at 147, 149 Second Avenue, to open in 2012. 69 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor of the application. We did not receive any support for or against this application online, in emails, or prior to the meeting. They are proposing hours of 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday, opening 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday, closing by 2 a.m., and then 11:30 Friday, Saturday, closing. Opening no later than 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday, closing by 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday, opening 11:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday, closing 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and 12 a.m. on Sundays. They will close off their dining allowed under the restaurant started by 10. And yeah. Okay. Do you have anything you'd like to say, to add to, clarify?
Yes, that it was far more than just building. And bought the new building and started renovating it in 2015. He told us it would be 18 months to renovate it. You're just bedding back in. So yeah, and he threw numerous things on his part.
So the SLA had kept this license in safekeeping for a number of years, and we had renewed it while it was in safekeeping. And so the third attempt to really SLA head, and at that point it was just.
They let us keep it in safekeeping for 2 years. We renewed it. Another 2 years, we renewed it, and then they're like,
I don't know if there's an, I was gonna ask you this question, if I don't know. Is there, maybe, do you know, is there a certain time you keep it in safekeeping, or is there a limit?
Well, you can't do it indefinitely.
I know it's not indefinite. I didn't know if there was an actual policy. I was just curious if there was an actual policy.
We had another commissioner at the time who's now retired, so.
People complained about the constant.
Yeah.
I think during COVID,
Yeah.
everything is possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
So ultimately, what we're seeking is to continue the business with the same hours of operation, including increased hours in the garden, seating, not the street seating, but just the sidewalk. And to previously licensed as the.
Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? Number 14, 9th Ward, 182nd. There's a bit. Okay. Laura, go ahead, please. You can unmute yourself.
Yep, I'm unmuted. Thank you. I guess my main question here is just the backyard use. Again, if there is a if there's a means of egress, if there's a C of O for the rear yard, and if it's really necessary. I think, you know, I remember when they were there before in a very different looking building. And I do know that there were always complaints like on Evie Grieve or whatever about the noise from the backyard and whether or not that was legal. So I just wanted to hear about that and whether it's necessary. It's a big, wide open sidewalk, and it's actually a very good spot for cafe seating outside. So, you know, we just want to question the use of the rear yard for those reasons. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay. Just like to respond to that.
Yes, Darby was. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
The garden was previously licensed by the SLA. The building has gone through a full major renovation. Previously, there was no second means of egress, but now there's a second means of egress directly from the garden to the street side.
Question, is that through the building though?
It's through the building, through the basement of the building.
So my understanding of the requirement is it has to be a second means of egress that can't be through the building. So as if the building is on fire and falling down, there has to be a second way out. So it's through through one of the other adjoining spaces or something, but so it's still, your second means of egress is still through the building though. Is that?
It's through, that's correct.
The issue is whether or not there's a signal.
Right, well, currently, we have a letter of objection, but basically because it's been through all the renovations, they're going for the TCO currently and the full CO.
So letter of no objection is never for outdoor space.
Say that again?
Letter of no objection is never for outdoor space.
Just sort of,
So you're saying there will be a signal?
yes,
This is TCO included?
that's what it's going to be filed.
Pardon?
The TCO will include that in.
TCO is too high.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, so that was, and Laura brought that up, that was gonna be my main question was, honestly, and I think, I remember when that was open, I don't think it was, itself was a major problem, I do feel like I remember there was some backyard issues, or people complaining about backyard at least, but, that was my only main thing, because I know there were citations in the past for illegal use of the backyard without a certificate of occupancy in 2015 and 16. At least listed on the DOB's website, there was fines issued for illegal use of the backyard.
I don't know if there were 5 issues for a structure that was outside that was combustible. No.
There were 4 summons. It's on the DOB website. You can go to, yes.
That was just gonna be my main question is, and second, I appreciate the reduced hours of the backyard space. I think it's to 10 p.m.
That's not reduced, that's standard.
Well, it's standard, yeah.
It's reduced from what we have previously.
What were the hours previously?
I believe previously was 11.
So I will say, as you heard earlier, backyard spaces are the bane of our existence here. It's no matter how quiet people try to be, the noise travels very strangely. And I don't think, I know you had pictures of the backyard, but it's unfinished. Is there going to be an awning, a canopy? Are there going to be?
We're waiting for approval from DOB for a pergola that is Hoover, so it will be closed. And sound from that area. And they may be requiring again, this is DOB issues for the use of the egress. So they may require an additional covering in that area, which would be
So you would be essentially enclosing the backyard?
No. You have to be a certain distance from the
But you would essentially be building an enclosed structure in the center of your backyard.
It won't be closed.
That is real baffle sound.
Yes, there are levers that can be closed.
Yeah, outdoor patio, Monday through Thursday, 3 to 10, Friday and Saturday, 11:30 to 10, Sunday, 11:30 to 10. It's the I'm just envisioning that still goes down into a courtyard, but it's a, right? The space abuts the space between the buildings, right?
Yeah, there's the large, courtyard, brick wall. Side, back. On the north side, it's actually that big, sorry. South side is geos.
Oh, I see. That's the part that I'm afraid of. Like this.
COB is allowed access, egress into another enclosed space because we had that issue on First Avenue and St. Mark's, where it was in the enclosed cafe.
Oh, it's if don't they have to have approval from the neighbor to use that, right?
No, it wasn't like an enclosed sidewalk cafe. It was not a permanently closed one.
Oh.
And we were surprised that it would be.
So.
But,
That's out in the playground.
they don't have to have it for you. They don't have to.
They don't need to see it.
For year, the SLA has changed the rules, so they give a year to be pursued. Or sent to a thesis now after a year. But in this case, I mean, it's just.
Yeah, SOL.
What?
SOL. Sure.
So you're willing to work with a sound engineer for the backyard space to include sound mitigation?
If you need to, I mean, previously, we had an issue with one of our neighbors, but she came out for us, actually to our community, working with her, putting in quiet windows. She actually
She's looking for us when we went to open, so.
She passed away, but she was directly to the building next door to us on the second floor. Basically, just showing we'll work with any neighbors that do have problems. They'll come out and work with this building, construction for the last 8 years. And
They've had nothing no, it's been, for other than construction, it's been perfectly quiet.
Well, I think discussion, but they have any complaints, and they're basically.
They barely use that space back there. Yeah, it's but half the time I'm in there, it's never open. Even in nice weather.
That goes, she used to do that.
What?
She used to do that.
Oh, the woman did.
Landscape.
Okay. I'm usually very, very concerned about backyards because, as I said, they're awful. I love them personally to go enjoy one, but sitting here on the community board, they make our lives extremely difficult. Sorry.
Hence the reduction in hours.
Well, we would have never approved anything like that. We appreciate the gesture.
St. Mark's is not a full use church.
It's not. Yeah. Yes,
You don't have to be driven.
you have to worry about that.
Okay, what is it now? What is it called?
It's not exclusive use church.
Right, that was in the,
SLA.
I remember reading that, yeah.
Okay, so basically, and I'm just gonna put this out here. I'm not opposed to this as it is, even with the backyard space. I just think we put some additional stipulations in regarding the use of backyard, in regards to, some sound mitigating measures to prevent noise with the noise issues with the neighbors. We're not gonna say, I don't know that we would go as far as to say,
Yep.
no, but you can't have speakers back there.
That's really stipulated for that.
You want them back?
I'm gonna keep one for the folder. I'm gonna give it back to them to recycle, so I don't have to throw out the plastic.
Sure.
Okay, so does everyone agree with that, basically as it is, but we just put some additional stipulations on for the use of the backyard?
Yes.
And I mean, how many, it was 24 seats in the back?
Yes, it is.
Isn't that, so it's, oh, never mind. I'm looking at your chairs as tables. Sorry. That's why I'm like, no, that's a lot more. Yep, there's, it's just,
It's not Woodstock.
I was like, wait, no, there's like a lot more. There's like 24 tables there. No, I see. It's. And I know you have the picture in here of the unfinished space. You said you're working with DOB, so you're proposing the entire rectangle space is essentially going to be under an interior.
Yeah,
pergola
as,
type?
as per DOB regulation, the structure can be 4 feet. So everything has to be extruded. So essentially, tables will be under pergolas, helmets pushed to the outer wall. And these pergolas retract, so basically for rain, we need to close them, which are actually also adds additional sound.
No, that actually makes it, that's why I was asking that. In the past, if there have been umbrellas or some sort of awning, it makes a big difference in terms of the sound.
Sure.
Traveling up, just, because once it goes up, it goes strange directions. So I think it would just be a stipulation, an additional stipulation that I don't want to lock you into. I don't want to lock you into the pergola necessarily if that's not finalized yet or been approved, but would be
some sort
of. I know we've said this in the past, and it's
sound deafening structure.
I'm trying to think of the phrase we've used in the past, because we haven't specified awning either, but.
Structure.
Just trying to think of the exact word because I don't know right now. Okay. Go ahead and pull up the stipulation then. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we did. I think we did. Yeah, Laura spoke. That's right. So it sounds like we're all in agreement on that, right? We'll kind of move and go through the stipulations. Okay. Okay. Robert Morgan and Nick Ratner, qualified representative of Charles Church and Lewis, doing business as 9th Ward. Located at 182nd Avenue, licensed to be a full liquor, will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a New Orleans-style Cajun restaurant, with kitchen open, serving food during hours of operation. Monday through Thursday, 3 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday, 3 p.m. to 4 a.m., Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 4 a.m., Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. Outdoor patio hours, Monday through Thursday, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I will close all outdoor dining, allow them to new, well, the current and new open restaurants program. No, and you did say, and again, this is a separate application, but you're gonna have sidewalk cafe, you're not planning for the roadbed?
No.
Seems to be just in general, it seems to be what we're hearing. Most people don't. Anyways, I digress, whole other evening, but just, yeah, and again, that's not something we're asking you to stipulate to, it's just any outdoor dining, though, you're going to close at 10. If you would decide, you have to close at 10.
Sure.
You will employ doorman and security personnel. Is that gonna be all nights?
Usually we find that that's helpful.
Okay, so all nights. Now, I know it's brand new, it's a new build. Are you installing soundproof? I mean, it's as you're building it out, right? You have to install
Yeah, I mean, this is the building kind of constructed to like have standards.
It's a concrete.
Yeah, all of it, you can't hear any street noise when the doors are closed from any units upstairs. It's.
It is renovated.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a brand new.
The skeleton.
It's essentially a brand new.
It's 18 inch thick concrete.
Yeah.
So. I guess check it off because you are building it out, right? So you're installing soundproofing as you go now. So check off install sound. I will close any front door. Yeah, and I think your front door, those are all French doors, right? So that opens fully. Accordion French door, yeah. So I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. You'll have live music, DJs, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. Are you having private parties? Okay. And it's ambient recorded background music only. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials. You will have a happy hour that will end by 8 p.m. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds. You will post the stipulation. Residents may contact the manager at the number below. And I think you're both listed on there.
Number 18, I figured we're gonna link to the outdoor.
Yeah, I think we just need to put
I wasn't sure. Outdoor noise is minimized.
I will utilize sound mitigating treatments or sound mitigating measures to ensure noise, to ensure a sound from the backyard. Sound mitigating treatments to ensure backyard sound. We can't say it audible, it's not that. Oh, we also want to make sure we put in this, that there will be no speakers in the backyard. I know you agree with that, we'll make sure it's in a stipulation because we just need to finish that first thought, to ensure backyard sound.
Oh.
And that's what I mean, we can't say, we're not gonna say anymore. To ensure backyard sound is as contained. It's reduced as much as possible, that's fine, I guess. Is that acceptable to you? Say, okay. And then definitely no speakers in the backyard. Okay. Is that, do you think, does everyone agree that kind of helps capture and control any hopeful problems that we will not have in the backyard? Okay. Anything else, or is that good? Okay. So that being the stipulations as presented, the resolution will move to a vote. Guillermo?
Yes. Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes, so your application's been approved. As you heard earlier, the office will be sending out the stipulations. You'll get them signed and back by Friday. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Which one? Number 9 seems to be next in order, and I know the problem is I don't really know. I would take it. I just don't know who's here for what. Was there something you were seeing that people were here for?
Yeah, we got someone here from 107. I mean, beyond 107. But yeah.
There's a hand raised.
Unapologetic. That.
Yeah. So number 9 is next. 107. Oh, you're waiting for the rest of something. 107 First Avenue. It's 107 EB LLC. Where the applicants, please raise your Zoom hand for 107 First Avenue.
Same law firm as the.
All right, we have.
Okay, Adriana, are you the applicant, the attorney?
I am the representative. The owner, Ronnie, is here with us as well on the screen.
Yeah, okay. They have to come over this one. Perfect, so they're both promoted, they should be joining, okay, sure, thank you. I'm gonna give a quick summary and then we'll turn it over to you for any comments or corrections. So 107 EV LLC doing it's a pending DBA is seeking a full on-premise liquor license with premises located at 107 First Avenue between 6th and 7th Streets. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people with 19 tables, 54 seats, a 30-foot bar with 10 seats, serving authentic Indian food from a full kitchen with food served. So you had 1 hour of operation or 1 hour of closing. Our standard stipulation is food served during all hours, and that's also a state liquor authority requirement that food be served during all hours of liquor service. So.
Okay.
So it'll be food served during all hours of operation, no TVs, background music played. There are 28 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously a full liquor license, a full OP. The applicant currently owns and operates several restaurants in New York City, has been a license holder at 7 locations, including Rowdy Rooster, Nax, the Masala Wala, in 2 different locations. There have been 0 through-1 complaints at this location with police action, so that's irrelevant. We received no emails in support or in opposition to this application prior to the meeting. We'll see if anyone else is here. 22 residents who live within 2 blocks signed the petition in favor of the application. They're proposing hours of opening 12 p.m. and closing by 2 a.m. all days. And it will close all outdoor dining by 10 p.m. And okay, that seems to be kind of my brief summary. Is there anything else you would like to add, change, correct to anything I've just said?
First, thank you for hearing us tonight. You have touched on a lot of the major points of the application itself. I do just want to highlight a few additional things. And of course, Ronnie will build on these notes as well. But I would like to mention that the applicant has been within Manhattan Community Board 3's district since 2011, and they also have another licensed establishment about 6 blocks away, which is Nax. That's one of their newest restaurants that opened in November of 2023, which also has outdoor space as well. So that is highlighting the fact that the applicant is not only currently licensed, but is currently licensed with outdoor seating. They also have outdoor seating in their Park Slope location, showing that they're great operators and neighbors and are well equipped to handle their limited sidewalk seating and very limited backyard seating within their property line for this application. As you'll see, the diagrams show that there will only be two tops on the sidewalk, which obviously will come back before you at a later time with the Department of Transportation. And then there's also the limited two tops in the backyard within the property line that is accessed through the property. The applicants are working with a sound engineer to soundproof that. There will be no music in that backyard area. It will have a greenery foliage wall to absorb sound. They're also looking into doing a wooden pergola also covered in greenery. And they are also currently having conversations about doing a glass enclosure. So the hopes is that no sound will be heard whatsoever. There will also be privacy for the residential neighbors that overlook that area, as well as the patrons that will be sitting in that area. And you'll see that people from 6th and 7th Ave that are in the buildings that overlook that area have signed in support as well. But Clint, you had touched base on all of the major application parts, but I do want to give Ronnie an opportunity to reintroduce himself to the board and add anything about the concept and the passion behind the project.
Sure.
So Ronnie, if you have anything you'd like to add.
Thank you so much. It was 2011 when my father and I started our first, adventure together in the Lower East Side. The Masala Wala was a tiny little shop that has now grown into the organization that we've been able to build. My father and I still continue to work together. It's always been a fairly family-run operation, now with a few more people than my dad and I, but the sentiments and the philosophies that created the company remains the same. We've never operated any kind of a crazy, like a loud bar. It's just been really exciting restaurants, and our whole philosophy has been around showcasing and sharing the cuisine that is part of our heritage. So that's where it roots in terms of Indian cuisine. Adda is something really special to us, especially in this neighborhood. One, because it's a bit of a homecoming, because this is where everything started for us. Two, it's the first one that I think put us in many ways, people started to notice us beyond a few, of our immediate neighborhoods. And it's been a long journey since 2011, but I think I'm excited to be where we are. I really want to run something that impacts the community positively. And that's really our entire focus, is sharing the cuisine, making sure that the entire experience, including beverages, are complementary and create something that's new to the neighborhood in every way possible.
Okay. So I have a question. I think, Adriana, you mentioned this, and I was going to ask about this. The backyard, you said within the property line. Do you mean within the building line?
That is correct. So that backyard space is actually part of their leased property.
Line. It's not when you said property line. It's when because a backyard is different than space within the building line. The building line is treated differently. It doesn't need a separate certificate of occupancy as a backyard space does. So that was going to be one of my questions earlier. You essentially answered it. I just wanted to make sure it was the correct wording. So.
Correct. And also, the applicant Ronnie is actively working with the landlord right now to make sure that that space is zoned to be used for eating and drinking. So we are obviously happy to stipulate that it will not be used until that paperwork has been finalized.
And again, you mentioned if they are proposing, or he is proposing to enclose that, that also would have to be through the DOB as well. That's separate.
Correct. Those are all ongoing conversations with the DOB.
Okay. Yeah, well, inside the building line makes a difference. So. Okay. Again, we've received I've heard nothing from any residents for or against this item. So, does anyone else on the committee have any other?
This is 2 a.m. every night.
Yes.
For liquor.
And it was previously.
Same.
And again, I would just like to mention that this is a full service restaurant. It's going to be food focused. Those hours are more so just to give, even though they don't intend to necessarily operate until 2 a.m. every day, that gives them the flexibility when there are buyouts, whether it be for a corporate event, a holiday that falls during the week and anything like that. It'll be run much like all of their other establishments is in regard to hours of operations.
I mean, I'm just trying to remember because, I went to Huertas regularly, so I just don't remember them ever having that back space open or even visible. I didn't realize until when I was going through your application that there was that actual backyard space. So
it's very tiny, very tiny. That's the reason for the very limited seating as well. It's just enough to easily and comfortably fit those 2 tables.
Was it completely closed? Like, did they have curtains or something across it? Because I sat in that back room. I don't ever remember seeing it. Anyways.
They just didn't opt to use it. I think they more so used it for just like miscellaneous storage and extra chairs, but it wasn't used beyond that, to my knowledge.
Yeah, and again, that was more of just curiosity on my place because I had been there many times but didn't ever remember any kind of outdoor space.
Yeah.
The first restaurant, very good food, and the menu had the tiniest print.
Okay, so does anyone else from the we'll move to is there anyone here from the community to speak to this? I don't. No. Okay. Anyone from the committee have any other questions? Was a previously licensed location, makes it a lot easier in that regard. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and bring up the stipulations. Okay, that's fine.
Is that good?
Yeah. So it's and is it, apologies for this, it's Debabrata?
That's correct. Wow, you did a pretty good job there.
Mazumdar?
Mazumdar is fine, yes.
Okay, it's a qualified representative of 107 EV LLC, located at 107 Avenue A. Will operate with a full liquor license, will operate an authentic Indian restaurant with a kitchen open and serving food from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days a week. And are you proposing to use the sidewalk cafe or open restaurants, anything out in front?
That is correct. So we'll be applying with the DOT for those 2 sidewalk cafe tables. So although it is a very small, limited seating on the sidewalk, we'll still be required to file since it's public property.
So we're not going to check if I will not use outdoor space. We'll say you'll close while they're dining at 10 p.m. and there'll be no TVs or speakers outside. Are you not having security, right? You didn't check that off.
No.
And then you will install soundproofing pending the results of the soundproofing plan.
Correct. Those are the items that we had mentioned before. Inside the space, there will be your traditional soundproofing. And then for the outdoor backspace, that's what we talked about with the pergola, possibly exploring the glass enclosure if we're allowed to do so by the DOB, and having additional greenery for privacy and absorbing sound. And there will be no music back there as well.
And then you're keeping the facade the same, right? So it'll be operable windows, correct?
Correct.
So you'll close all doors and windows at 10 p.m. You will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged. You will not have more than 20 private parties per year. And again, you heard earlier, private parties are what we consider a full buyout. So it's not like a birthday party in a section, it's a full buyout.
Correct.
We'll play ambient background recorded music only. We'll not apply for an alteration without coming to CP3. We'll not consider pub crawls. We'll not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will not have a happy hour. You will not have wait lines. We will have a staff person for ensuring no loitering or noise outside. We'll post the stipulation. Residents may contact the owner manager at the number below. And it's Santos at 917-502-3396.
Perfect. Yep. And Santo is the manager. He's not present here tonight, but he will be the contact for the neighbors once the establishment opens.
That's fine. Okay. That is the stipulations and resolution. As we discussed, we'll move to a vote. Guillermo? Stephen? Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. You have been approved. They will, as you heard, the office will be sending out the stipulations with instructions to get them back. Please, I think the deadline will be this Friday, so we'll try to get them out to you as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your time tonight. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Okay, again, moving on. So number 11 is Fua, 153 First Avenue. Still.
There's a hand raised, 2 hands raised.
This is the Coyotes, formerly Coyote.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Please forgive me. I don't have a camera for my desktop.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi. This is Agarana from Ankara Turkish restaurant. We are number 15. We've been waiting since 6:30 p.m. We're coming up to about 4 hours now. The lady in the chat said that we've been skipped by accident. If we could just please address us I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude or interrupt.
It's perfectly fine. We're not gonna leave, and we can't leave until all the items are heard. As you've seen, I've taken some of them out of order when there's been larger number of people here in opposition or support, but we're basically going through in order now. So don't worry, we are here. I understand it's a long wait, but trust me, there's been people that have waited till 1 or 2 in the morning, so consider yourself lucky.
We're working as fast.
Okay, so Shuo Tang, I think, are you the applicant for 153 First Avenue?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is there anyone else here with you, or do you have a representative or attorney?
It should be, Alice should be in the call too. I don't know if she raised her hand.
We're promoting Alice right now as well. So while that's happening, I'm going to go ahead and give a quick summary, and then we'll turn it over to you for any comments or questions.
Okay.
Alice declined.
Oh, Alice, you need to accept when we promote you. You should accept the promotion. We'll try it one more time. Okay. Okay, so Fua doing business. It's to be determined is seeking a full on-premises license in a premises located at 153 First Avenue between East 9th Street and 10th Street. It's an application for an establishment up to 60 people with 11 tables, 40 seats, including 1 bar counter with 6 seats, a full kitchen served food during all its operation, 5 televisions, small speakers playing ambient recorded background music. There are 18 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. Previously, this location was Coyote Ugly for over 27 years, has been vacant since late 2020. The principal has never previously held a license. However, since 2019, owned and operated Dragon Tea, a tea and coffee cafe with 3 locations in New York City, Manhattan, the Bronx, and we have received no support for or against this item. 21 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They're proposing hours of 11 a.m. and closing by 1 a.m. all days. It would not use outdoor space for commercial use. And okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you for any kind of clarifications, additions, corrections, anything that I just said in my summary.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Yeah, my name is Alice. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I think Clinic just covered most of them. I just want to mention, this is a franchise business, and then it was under the famous brand, Fluffy Cafe, Dessert Cafe. So it was very famous. It is very famous in Canada, but they now expand the business to United States. This location will be a flagship store. So I believe that's gonna bring a lot of business to the area. So yeah, because this one should be a very simple application because we don't have any backyard, outdoor, no window. It's a very standard operation.
And you are not proposing to use, at this point, even though it's a separate application, are you planning on using any of the outdoor space for the open dining program in the front?
No, we don't have any outdoor. Yeah, no application for outdoor too.
No, I mean, it is as you said, it's a fairly simple application in most regards. So.
Yes.
Yes, technically the license it is a previous licensed location. It's been vacant for several years, so in the SLA's eyes, they may consider it an unlicensed location, but generally in this case, it's been licensed. There's been no issues. There's no one here in opposition. They're reducing the hours from what it was previously. So personally, I don't have a problem with this. I don't see anything that they're doing is. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? Nope. Anyone else on the committee have any questions?
Full support as
it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, full support.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and pull up the stipulations on the screen and read through those. Okay, so I, Shuo Tang, is a qualified representative of Fua New York Incorporated, located at 153 First Avenue. We'll be operating a full liquor license with a full-service restaurant serving fluffy souffle, pancakes, and dessert cake. With the kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation, the hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You will not employ security. You are installing soundproofing. You will close any front and rear facade doors and windows. Are you having? Do the front windows open or do the front? It's a closed facade, isn't it?
Yeah, it's closed.
Yes, closed.
Okay, so we're going to change that from closed. We're going to say you'll have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows.
Okay, thank you.
And then I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promote events, any events that cover fees, charge, or schedule performances. You'll play on the recorded background music only. You will not apply for any alteration without coming to CV3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials. You will have a happy hour that will end by 6 o'clock p.m. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. We'll post the stipulation beside the liquor license. Residents may contact the owner manager below, and it's Shuo Tang at 201-238-9720.
Yes.
Everything was what we agreed on?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Perfect. So we're going to move to a committee vote. Guillermo? Stephen? Clint, yes? Michael? Yes. Okay. Your application has been approved. The community board office will be sending out the stipulations as soon as possible. Please sign those, get them notarized, and back to the office. They will include the instructions in the email.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So. Okay, we are going to number 13, White Horse Concepts,
Just Google it.
167 East Broadway.
Sorry, which one is it?
Number 13, White Horse Concepts, 167 East Broadway. Okay, Nicholas, are you the applicant?
Yes, I am, and I have Frank as my attorney.
Yes. Good evening, Frank.
Let me text.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay, so I'm going to give a quick summary. I will start off by saying we do have we are viewing this as an OP license as we have in the past. It will be 2 applications for the SLA. It'll be a beer, wine, and a full OP license. In order to be able to get their OP license, their beer and wine license sooner, they'll submit 2 applications. We'll view this and review it as an OP license, which is what they are in the end applying. Okay. White Horse Concepts LLC is seeking a beer wine license. Is seeking a full OP license in the premises located 167 East Broadway between Essex and Jefferson Street. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people with 21 tables and 66 seats, 2 bars, 130, 2 foot the other, 7.5 feet. Restaurant serving American classics with a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. No televisions, recorded music, and acoustic music at background level. There are 23 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The applicant hasn't held a liquor license, but does have previous experience in a similar business. There were 0 commercial complaints at this location with this action, so let's talk about that. There is a stipulation and a signed agreement between the applicant and the Space Block Association. 54 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor of the application. They're proposing hours of Monday through Friday. So Saturday and Sunday opening at 12 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then closing by 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 2 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. They are not using outdoor space for commercial use. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over. Oh,
Then the bottom says 1 a.m. My hours of operation would be 1 a.m.
Catered to.
Oh, for the beer. Did you put the different hours on your beer and wine, Frank, versus your OP?
Oh, they should have been the same hours.
Okay, sorry.
But those
Just-
hours are superseded by the agreement with the block association, right?
So the hours on the questionnaire I'm looking at, which are which is make sure which one it is. It's the full.
Nick, what hours did you agree to?
I agreed to 12 for everything on Sunday to Thursday.
I'm just so that was the agreement with the block association, right?
That's right.
But I think the original application had 1 a.m.
It did.
Yeah, so that's what I was reading. I guess I hadn't corrected that based on what we received from the block association, but.
Whatever we did with the block association supersedes my app.
Okay. So, sorry, now that we've clarified that, I'm just gonna make that change. If you wanna go ahead and just make any clarifications, corrections, changes to anything that I just said?
No, you were accurate. Usually you are.
Usually, I fully admit, I make mistakes.
I haven't seen any, not tonight.
Okay, is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay. Does anyone else from the committee have any questions? I'm just pulling up one thing. I wanted to make sure. Correct that. Okay, so that's what I wanted to check, and that's, okay, so the agreement with space was Sunday through Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m. So what I read was the 2 a.m. I think either way, we're gonna correct those hours, so you're fine with closing Sunday through Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m.
Yes.
And Clint, that's why this didn't fall into the easy category?
Probably.
Okay. Still biggie.
Yeah, and you're always free to email me earlier and ask me about that, Frank, to help to make my job a little easier.
No, I won't that's not making your job easier. That's making your job harder.
Well,
Listen
yes,
to people complain and whine all the time. I'm not going to do that. I watched the home run derby. It was great.
You can feel free to ever ask if something really is simple. You can say, will this qualify for expedited, Frank?
No, I didn't know if there was, I didn't honestly know if there were other residents who might have had a problem.
We've heard nothing from anyone else, so
I didn't know, and I wasn't going to presume it, so.
Okay, so I've clarified the hours. We're gonna bring up the stipulations. Okay, I, Nicholas Allen, as a qualified representative of Weiss Horse Concepts LLC, located at 167 East Broadway. My license will be a full liquor license and will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically an American restaurant, with kitchen and open serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 12 a.m., Friday, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m., Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. And you're not proposing any outdoor use at all, right?
Correct. Not at this time.
Outdoor space for commercial use. You will employ a security or doorman. Are you gonna be every night or just on the weekends?
thought we said, I think it was
Yeah,
Thursday.
there won't be.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right, Nick?
Thursday, Friday.
No, just Friday and Saturday. Those are the only two nights.
Okay. And you are installing soundproofing then?
Yes.
And it's a closed fixed facade. You will not have DJs. So that is the one thing that's the reason. I now remember why, Frank's. That's the reason it wasn't an expedite is because of the acoustic music.
Chris,
So
what? Sorry, Chris, what clip? I didn't hear you.
That's what I was going to ask about, and I had a note on my other notebook which I forgot, so I had to borrow one of Susan's blank ones. What are you referring to when you say acoustic background music? What are you proposing for that?
Nick?
Something like a 4-string or a string quartet, like just acoustic, violins, things like that.
And
there's no amplification, right, Nick?
That's right.
That's what acoustic means, right?
Acoustic like a 4-piece quartet.
Yeah.
And then when are you proposing, is that going to be just through dinner, like is it just going to be through dinner service? Is it going to be from certain out? Like what are you proposing for that?
It would be through dinner service, yes.
And then on the weekends, would it?
On the weekends, I mean,
Well, wait, Nick. Clint, what's your question? I'm not following.
In regards to the live music, when are you proposing to have it?
During our regular hours of operation.
So all hours of operation at any time? I mean,
No, I don't think it's all hours of operation, Clint. I also don't think we're ready to say, it's going to be from 10 to 12, let's say. I mean, we don't know.
I mean, it is something live music can be a problem, so we usually try to put some sort of stipulations on it instead of leaving it completely open. For example, if you're having it, because if you're going to have it from a certain time, that can then sometimes, it causes people to come, like if you're having it from 7 to 9, that's more of like a scheduled performance. So.
No, Clint, I'm not arguing with you, but if I agree to 7 to 9 and I have it at 10, have I violated my steps?
Technically, that's why I'm asking.
We don't want it to be scheduled out.
So, and we don't really schedule hours.
I'm saying I prefer not to limit the time periods. I mean, Nick, would it be before 8 o'clock?
It would be.
That's what I was asking.
We just say like during dinner,
Yes.
by 10 o'clock or something.
Yeah, I mean, usually what we're sometimes more concerned about is if it's ending at a certain time. A 4-piece string quartet generally is not going to be a huge issue, but.
So you want it to end like earlier than our closing hours? Is that it?
I don't know. I mean, that was the question. Just if you were proposing it for certain times, or if it was just going to be during all hours of operation. So I think you've answered that. So.
But it's acoustic. It's probably going to be lower than the recorded music would be.
It is, but acoustic music, such as acoustic trumpets or acoustic drums, can be quite loud.
That's agreed.
So that's why we asked what type, and just in general when you were proposing. And it's fine. Your answer is, during all hours is actually okay. We just wanted to have some sort of idea.
Okay.
So, and before we put that in the stipulation, I know you said a 4-piece quartet. Are you willing to say a 4-piece string quartet?
Yes.
Wait.
I'd be willing to say strings.
That's what he said, the
Yes.
string.
Yes.
No more than 4.
No up to or no more than 4 pieces.
Wait a minute, but time out. How does singing work with that? Like if we have a single singer one night, is that a problem?
Then you need an end time. Is the singer gonna have a mic?
No.
I'm sorry, Susan, I can't hear you.
She asked if the singer was going to have a mic.
No, it's unamplified.
But often people will come to us and say acoustic, but the singer will have a mic. That's why we're asking.
So
okay. How about, yeah, I was just gonna say, Clint, unamplified acoustic music.
So acoustic string instruments plus the singer.
If you say string, then you're saying I can't have a singer, a vocalist.
Oh, no, she said, she meant plus vocals.
Plus the singer.
What's the singer?
Plus a vocalist.
Vocalist.
Oh, vocalist.
Someone who sings.
Is that okay?
Nick?
Yes, that's good.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're not doing drums and trombones, so is
Right.
this fine, Nick?
Yeah, that looks good.
That's fine.
Okay, so
Clint, one more thing, I'm sorry.
no problem.
Nick just texted me. We'd like the starting days instead of 5 to be 3. I know this community board has no problem with that.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll make sure we change that now, but yes.
Right.
So Monday through Friday,
Yes.
and then Saturday, Sunday, till 12. Yep, that's no problem. And then you need to uncheck recorded background music because it's not only recorded background music, so.
It's fine.
And then I will not apply for any alterations without coming before CV3. I will not participate in pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, including busy brunches. And will not have a happy hour, will not have wait lines outside, will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds. We'll post a stipulation, residents may contact the manager or owner at the number below, Nicholas Allen, and it's 202-425-0957.
Yes, that is my current work phone number. Is it possible when I sign this or get it notarized to put in a different number?
I mean, do you want, I mean, we can put it different now, is
Okay.
there a reason you want, I mean, is there a reason to wait? It is.
I would just want to, I mean, I can get it right now. It is my other number, my 646 number.
So give us the number you want.
Yeah, whatever, we'll put whatever number you want in there is fine.
Okay. So it's 646-683-3110.
Thank you. The only thing I do want to add, go back up to the music section. I just want to add one thing, which I think it's unamplified acoustic. We need to put, well, I guess not really, because acoustic music still isn't background level, right?
Yeah. Drum isn't.
I think acoustic music is background level.
Not
It's not entertainment level.
It could be a drum, it could be acoustic.
So I guess then, if you're answering my question, if you're agreeing with that, Frank, I was going to propose saying unamplified acoustic stringed instruments and vocalists only at background level. Is
That's
that
fine.
acceptable?
Wait. Nick, is that fine?
Yeah, that's totally.
It's not my place.
Some kind of clarification there. Thank you for that. Okay. So that being said, if everything else is okay, we'll move to a vote. And it's as presented, it's Guillermo.
Yes, sir.
Stephen.
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael.
Yes.
Okay. It has been approved. You know the deal. We'll get this out to you ASAP. Get it back to the office by Friday.
Okay.
And just to clarify, we'll do both. You'll get the stipulations for the beer and wine. Everything will be exactly the same. Stipulations then for full liquor.
Sounds
Sounds
great.
like a plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next is Ankara. 15 Ankara, which is 183 East Houston Street.
Social friend.
Yeah, I'm a few fast things to discuss.
Yes. Well,
So we have a few fast things
we
to
have
discuss.
two more, and they should be both fairly quick. So.
More for this.
No, this one and one. Sorry.
Hello,
So-
yes, that is us.
Hello, and is Nicole your representative or attorney?
Yeah, my consultant, Nicole.
Okay. So I'm gonna give a brief summary and then we'll turn it over to you for any.
Hi, good evening. I was having some technical issues.
No problem, it happens to all of us, so. This is Ankara 3 Turkish Restaurant doing business at Ankara 3 is seeking a wine and beer on-premises license for the premises located at 183 East Houston Street between Orchard and Allen. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people, 12 tables, and 44 seats with 1 counter bar. Turkish cuisine in a full kitchen served with serving food during all hours. Background music only. There are 27 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet for the SLA lamp map. This application has never previously been a license holder, but has worked in this business for, and I think it was, how long were you originally in your original location across the street? Agron?
Across the street?
Yeah, how long, we were just kind of putting your history, and I wasn't sure, how long were you actually in operation? When did you open across the street?
Oh, the old location, the Barricade?
Yeah, we're just talking about your history as an operator.
Oh, yeah, we were there for about 20 years.
That's what I thought. So basically saying you've been in business for over 25 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we'll just put. We've received, at the moment, we received no community support or opposition. And 24 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor of your application. They're proposing 24 hours, their hours of operation are 24 hours a day, with a closed fixed facade, audio background recorded music only. So that's my summary. I do want to point out before I turn it over to you that your hours of operation, you're more than able to operate 24 hours, but the state does not allow you to serve 24 hours a day. At the most, if we were to give you the most we could give you, it would be you'd have to close by 4 a.m. and then reopen at 8 a.m. Not as a business, but serving alcohol. And
Yes,
then
that's not a problem.
So then on Sundays it's 10 a.m. But that's just one clarification.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So was there anything else basically in my summary or on your application that you wanted to add?
Nicole, would you want to add something? I don't
Yeah, certainly. So just going back to the full recap of the questionnaire we sent in, everything seemed pretty correct. Just wanted to give everyone an idea of what the concept is of the business. This is a full service, cozy, family oriented restaurant offering the local Manhattan community an authentic taste of Turkish food at very reasonable prices, making it accessible to all residents within the area. As you already know, Aaron's been in business for over 20 years. So we're dealing with someone that has full experience on this type of business. This would also be the first Turkish food 24-hour restaurant concept within the local area, with only 12 tables, 44 chairs, max capacity 74 patrons. And it's also been intentionally designed to be a quiet and comfortable spot for everyone to visit. You know, the whole concept is just to relax, enjoy good food. Takeout options are also available. Operation hours 24/7. We're fully aware that there are certain restrictions when it comes to alcohol serving, but we would definitely be compliant with what SLA permits. The establishment is located on a busy commercial thoroughfare surrounded by a lot of businesses on the first floor and of every building, and parking is available on both sides of the street. So we truthfully do not believe that there's going to be any issues, or we shouldn't be of any nuisance within the area. I would also like to let everyone know that Ankara Turkish Restaurant and Aaron provide and giving back to the community by seeking out and providing employment and opportunity to the local residents. So we would greatly appreciate if you could take our application in consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public here to speak to this application?
So it's basically a cafeteria. It's very nice for the neighborhood because it is affordable, interesting good food. It's also one of the worst locations in the country. And I'm speaking to that just for the 4 a.m. I don't think having another 4 a.m. license there. It's like police are full-time liquor license complaint responders.
Yes. So that was going to be, Susan just pointed out that, you know, it is a legitimate restaurant that provides a service and an asset to the community, but it is also in one of the worst locations in, not only in the city, but it's one of the second or third most saturated with liquor licenses in the entire country. So the 4 a.m. thing, which is what the state would be the maximum they would allow you, I personally don't know that I'm comfortable granting anything with a 4 a.m. license in a newly unlicensed location in that area. I don't know. I would be willing to go back to.
I would like to add, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would like to add that there is a diner with a full different concept within 200 feet from our address that's currently also operating 24/7 and is serving alcohol to 4 a.m. They recently their license. I believe the business is I can't remember the name. I remember Rely, something like that, but
Are you talking about Remedy?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about Remedy?
Yes, yeah, correct. And
Yeah, so
you know,
Remedy has been Remedy has been in, first of all, it is a slightly different area. It's not in what we refer to as Hell Square. It's on the other side of Essex Street, which makes a big difference. Remedy has been in business for probably 20 or 25 years at least.
But it's a different area. It's a very different area.
Yeah, so, and that is the problem. I mean, again, it's nothing against your business, but adding a 4 a.m. license is something we just, I cannot do in that area. It is one of the most saturated areas in the entire country.
It overwhelms the police.
And the police have asked us basically not to continue adding 4 a.m. licenses. And I know it's only beer and wine, but the other thing is you're not a bar. You're not operating as a bar. You don't, I mean, I would think that you're not banking on, I understand the reason why you want to sell beer and wine, and that's fine. But anything in that area, anything happening after 12 or 1 a.m. is not good, and it's not going to add to the neighborhood. So
how flexible would you guys be for us to at least start off with?
Let's just do 12.
yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think I'd be willing to go past 12.
Okay. Is there any way to maybe extend it on the weekends till probably 1 a.m.?
We don't need it in that area where, like I say, the police are complaining to us. That's how bad it is. And I'm not thinking about it.
You okay with?
What was that?
Is this something you would be okay with till 12, serving alcohol till 12?
Yes, the client.
I mean, if they can't, you know, we don't have no live music, we don't have happy hour, we don't have DJs, we don't have, you know, dim lights, we don't have, you know, a bar. It's just literally, you know, young couples come in, you know, they always ask us, they seem like that they're on a date, and you know, they just want to, you know, have some wine to have a little bit of an intimate conversation, maybe. You know, I'm sorry to mention, but it's the truth, you know, and
we would push back because this is an unlicensed location in one of the worst areas in our district and in the country. we would normally push back and not even, in an unlicensed location, question even giving beer and wine, to be honest. So we have no problem giving beer and wine because we know you're not a bar, you're not going to be a bar. That's not what you're going for, but it's just.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What, if I just may ask, what do you guys mean the worst area in the country? What do you guys mean by that?
So you obviously, I know you haven't been there in this new location all that long. The crime, the crowds in that area are out of control. And what's going to happen if we're giving you beer and wine, even if it's only beer and wine till 4 a.m., all of the drunks coming out of all the bars that are closing earlier are going to stumble out because you're open 24 hours, buy more beer, and it's just going to continue to add to the problem. So when I say it's the worst in the country, it has the most liquor licenses per capita in the entire country, except for one location in Austin, Texas.
Per what you said? Per most liquor license per what?
Liquor licenses per number of people in a square mile.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
You don't get to-
So I think we're willing to give you 12. If you're not okay with that, then that's your choice. You don't have to agree or sign the stipulations, but.
No, I mean, I'm just here to hear you guys out. I'm not saying, I'm not okay with that. Oh, till midnight it is. We will strictly enforce all regulations.
Great. Thank you.
Today, and we've been operating several businesses in New York City for the last 32 years. So we have to,
through the stipulations for what we just agreed with.
I'm sorry?
Stipulations.
I didn't understand. Say that one more time.
They're gonna go through the stipulations now on the screen.
Yes, we're gonna put the stipulations on the screen and go through those just so that you see what we're voting on.
Okay, yes, I see the screen, yes.
So it's Agaronov, as a qualified member of Ankara 3 Turkish Restaurant located 183 East Houston Street. Will be a beer wine cider license and will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a Turkish restaurant, with kitchen and open serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be 24 hours a day. Alcohol will only be served until 12 a.m. all days. I will not use space for commercial use. You will not.
Thank you.
You will not have security. You will not install soundproofing. You don't have any open. You don't have any windows or accordion doors, right? It's a closed facade.
Yeah,
So,
closed facility, yes.
So we're going to change that to I will have a closed fixed facade. You'll have DJs, live music, third-party promote events, any event which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. You'll play ambient recorded background music only. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. Will not seek a change of class without coming to CV3. Will not participate in public calls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials. Will not have a happy hour. Will not have wait lines. Will have a staff person for ensuring no loitering or crowds. Will post a stipulation by my liquor license, and residents may contact the manager owner at the number below. And it's Agaronov, and it's 929-217-8365.
Yes.
Okay. Guillermo. Yes.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Clint. Yes. Michael.
Yes.
Okay. That motion passes. The community board office will be sending out the stipulations for you to just sign, notarize, and return to us by Friday.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. God bless everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
May I or
No.
I can leave the Zoom call or?
Yes, you're done. You're done. You can go home. We're doing your home.
We're all at home, we're not.
Yes, exactly. So we're the last one. We're moving on to number 16, which is Jacos LLC, 202 Avenue A.
There's one.
Okay, is it, so I see, is it the applicant and your representative? Oh, Frank is here.
Yeah,
Perfect. Okay, so it's Jacas LLC doing business as ISHQ, seeking a full on-premises liquor license for the premises located at 202 Avenue A between 12th and 13th Street. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people with 23 tables and 54 seats, a 31-foot bar with 12 stools, full kitchen serving modern Indian food with food serving during all hours of operation, no TVs, playing background music at a playlist off the device. The background music is fine. There are 29 full premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was formerly, I just forgot the name of it. It was open for a short period of time. Ruben was the owner.
Kobo by night.
Kobo by night. That's what it was. I knew the owner. I just couldn't remember the name of the restaurant. This applicant has never previously held a license, but has worked in the business for 3 years and has been a general manager. There have only been 3 commercial phone complaints with police action necessary since 2018. I received no prior emails in support or against, though I did have some conversations with people who seem to be in support. 50 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They're proposing hours of opening 5 p.m. Tuesday through Friday, closing by 11 p.m. all days, 12 p.m. opening Saturday and Sunday. They're not proposing outdoor space for commercial use. We'll have a closed fixed facade, playing ambient background recorded music only. Okay. Anything you'd like to add, change, or correct, Frank, or yeah?
No, I just can let you know that obviously we're cognizant of the location in the neighborhood, and that's why the hours are what they are.
We appreciate that. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, yes, thank you. 11 o'clock is more than overly reasonable, but.
And other than that, like I said, you summed it up accurately, Clint.
Okay.
Who are the stipulations?
Well, I do see I think there's one person with their hand up. If someone would like to speak from the public. Okay, Laura, go right ahead, please.
Hi, I just wanted to let you know that North Avenue A met with the applicants and that it's a bulk asset sale and we have no objection to the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that being said, we will pull up the stipulations and run through those.
So do I, though.
Okay, so I think Vinayak Sood as a representative of Jacas LLC, located at 202 Avenue A. It's applying for a full liquor license. It will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a modern Indian restaurant with kitchen open and serving food during all its operation. Hours of operation are Tuesday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Closed on Mondays. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You're not having a doorman. It's already, I mean, it's a brand new space. I don't think it probably doesn't need soundproofing. And I think they checked out, it's an operable facade, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna check off, I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. You'll not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. No private parties.
Actually, there may be private parties. We were discussing it during the earlier cases. It's like 1 to 3 a month.
So three a month. That's.
No more than 3 a month is fine.
3 months.
3 a month is 36, that's a lot.
We held the other people to 12.
All right, two a month. It doesn't. It's not a huge part of our business, Clint.
So would you be okay with 12, one per month?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Would you be okay with 12, which is one per month? Or and it doesn't have.
I was going to say two. I was going to say 2 a month.
We made the other people go down to 12.
It's 12 a year, so that could fluctuate.
Yeah, but I don't want to agree to 12 per year, and I'll tell you why. The whole idea of the earlier hours is that we can hopefully book private parties Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and make our living that way rather than make our living late at night. We're trying to, you got to fit a box somehow. If we're not going later, we want to have the opportunity to do private parties Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays.
It's a party day.
So you want it to be a party venue? Is that what you're?
I want no more than 2 private parties per month.
Just maybe other people.
They're out.
The other people will start.
How does this impact you guys? Private parties are better for the neighborhood.
Not, because people come and go in large groups, and that has been a problem for us. That's the only concern.
But Clint, people come and go in the 5 hours from dinner from 7 to midnight. This way, everyone comes in at the same time, leaves at the same time.
Yeah,
I honestly think buyouts are better for the neighborhood than the other way.
That's dumping a large crowd out in one time, and that tends to have lines and crowds on the sidewalks and blocking the sidewalk. That's the only thing.
I hear you. I'm not arguing with you, but I just think if we're going to do the earlier hours, we've got to be able to do 2 private parties a month. That's not asking for a lot.
You know what, Frank? I'll give you this one. How about that? We'll do 24.
I don't think you're giving me anything, Clint, because I think you know that it's a reasonable request.
What did you tell the Block Association?
Laura, what did they tell her?
Guys, I wasn't privy to that. What did you?
But here's my only question, Frank. You heard the conversation earlier when we forced someone else to go back to 12 when they were asking for more. So.
They were asking for what, 40?
And they were closing at 12, so they weren't late nights.
I don't know which one you're talking about. I watched a lot of cases that I thought were very poorly represented tonight. So I'll just shut.
We'll let that go.
Leave it at that, Clint.
Leave it at that. It's fine.
Compromise. Do we have to wait in between?
I'm fine with it at this point.
Well, that's a month.
Yeah, well, Frank, do you want 2 private parties per month, or do you want it 24 per year? Which would you rather have it?
Vinak?
I'll have 24 per year.
That gives you more flexibility.
It's actually it's a better option.
That gives you more flexibility.
Laura, went razor.
Yeah, Laura did raise.
Laura wants to speak.
Plus holidays, you may do more in holidays and not so much in February.
Go, Laura.
Yeah, no, I just want to say we had a very good conversation. The operator is very professional, and they're going to hear from Dale the moment that they bother him. So I'm really not worried about it.
Okay, then that's fine. Thank you for confirming that. Okay, so back to stipulations. So no more than 24 private parties per year. And I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any of them to cover or scheduled performances. I will play ambient background recorded music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. Will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials or boozy brunches. Will have a happy hour ending by 7. Will not have wait lines. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no void or noise. Will post these stipulations by the license, and residents may contact the owner at the number below. And it is 516-728 5152. Perfect. Okay, if that's everything we discussed, we'll move to a vote. Guillermo?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Again, we'll get these to you ASAP. Frank, if you could please get them back by Friday, we'd appreciate that.
Clint, can I just say one thing?
Please do, yes.
I don't mean to hold you up, but this is directed to you guys. The acoustics in that room is so terrible. I heard everybody complain that they can't hear. It really is difficult to hear. Just so you guys know.
Thank you, and I'm sure, I have a feeling it's probably because the AC is on, and that's, I get that.
It all sounds garbled.
Maybe we should just make them all in person from now on, huh? And not everyone in here.
But yes, thank you for that. We've heard that from many people too, and I'm not, we'll see what we can do about that. I don't know what the answer is.
Before you guys go,
Have a great month, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
so before you guys go, the SLA came out,
No.
no,
Okay, no,
no, this has to be a.
Yeah, it has to be before.
The SLA came out with draft comments on outdoor dining. And there were due actually today. There wasn't enough time for us to put them on the agenda, so then we do want to make one change. And I got an extension till after the exam. So the draft guidelines are all fine, they're on the SLA website if you want to read them. They're basically saying that at the time, there's an application or an alteration for the outdoor dining that they have to come to the community board. It's basically very supportive of comments from the community board to get our input. However, DOT found out that in their guidelines, it seems to be a mistake. They never said for sidewalk cafes or sheds that people need tables and chairs, they have to be seated. It's outdoor dining, but you don't have to dine. So what many of the community boards want to do is put in the stipulations, add to the stipulations for outdoor dining along with the 10 p.m. closing, that patrons must be seated. So we want to have the exec vote on that since it's too late to put on the agenda. And wanted to, if you guys want to come, I don't know if you have comments on it, but if you want to come to the exec or if you have any objections to it, I should say so. So that would be the other thing we would make, which we really don't have to vote on because it's a stamp we always take, is that the comment period for the community board should be a minimum of 45 days so that we can put it on our agenda.
The other
item was, one was, to add it to the stipulations, then it was the draft comments, and that was it, right?
Well, the specific item about the combat that came back to us, about the ones that, I forget which application it was, they had to come back to us. One that I emailed you about earlier today.
Also, at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, Clint and I will be doing a training for the board. It will be hybrid, so you can go to the calendar on the website and click on it. It'll be approximately an hour.
This Thursday?
This Thursday, from 6 to
Doing
7.
an SLA training before, it's the 90 East 10th Street, the NESD. They wrote the SLA, they went to the SLA and the SLA, they missed their 30-day notification. The SLA is making them come back to get revised stipulations, and that's what I asked you about today, and you said we'd hear it Yeah, it was something that came in just like, all we're doing is just reissuing them the exact same stipulations they had before. We just it wasn't in time to get on our committee meeting agenda, but if the exec can approve it, just so that then we'll issue the exact same stipulations that we approved before, reissue them with the new approval date, so the SLA, so they can make them with the SLA.
The very last thing is district needs, you all present the district needs, no one had any comments. So I just printed out a copy, couldn't add in one sentence.
Yeah, I added something earlier today that I can read to you.
Yeah, if you guys want to read, so this is with all the things that you had accepted.
So-
And this will be voted on, it's finalized now, but voted on in October with all the other committees.
I mean, the only sentence I basically added was under outdoor dining at the back. It's like 3/4 of the way down, it's after June 26, 2024. I added a sentence that says the permanent requirements have been set by the city and are not open to modification based on community requests. Because that's basically the case. So from what you saw before, that's the only thing that I added earlier today, just.
So this is what you were sent with everything accepted.
Okay.
That's it.
Do we need to actually vote on the district needs though? Can we vote on it?
No, we don't have to finalize now, and then we do the.
I thought the committee voted the full board. So do we committee vote now or do we?
No.
Just finish it? Okay.
No, because we then do the priorities by priorities, and then we vote on everything together.
Okay. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Second motion.
Okay. I guess technically we need our vote for attendance, so Guillermo. Stephen, yes. Clint, yes. Mike, yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hopefully this was in a little earlier.
I thought it was gonna be here.
Me too.